Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by the fabulous Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Shy, how are you?
All right, I am doing well this morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I must admit, a little bit older than yesterday, but I'm doing pretty good. Woke up this morning. Woke up this morning and we got controversy, we got news, we got all sorts of exciting stuff that are moving the markets. What are we looking at?
Absolutely. So, late on Monday, President Trump said that he was firing Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. Now, he said that he had sufficient cause to remove her from her position because in 2021, Cook had indicated on documents for separate mortgages on loans on properties in Michigan and Georgia, which is considered mortgage fraud. She shot back and said that she refused to quit, essentially, and said, President Trump purported to fire me for cause when no cause exists under the law, and he has no authority to do so. I will not resign. I will continue to carry out my duties. My guess is this is going to be a long legal battle, but more importantly, what does this mean for markets? So Trump's removal of Cook is viewed as kind of a direct challenge to central bank autonomy, and this is kind of spurring market fears of political interference and institutional instability. So it's impacting bonds, currencies, and gold simultaneously. So we have the yield curve steepen because investors had anticipated that Trump's move could shift Fed policy forward to a more dovish stance, increasing the likelihood of near-term rate cuts, but higher long-term inflation risk, meaning he would obviously swap her out with somebody that was very dovish. Then the U.S. dollar depreciated on the Cook news as markets kind of growing concern that politicizing the Fed would erode its credibility, thus weakening the dollar kind of safe haven status, so to speak. And then, of course, we had gold also climbed higher as the dollar dipped, reflecting flight to safe haven assets and expectations of a looser monetary policy. We know gold likes those rate cuts. So interesting moves in the markets for certain overnight on that news. We also have Indian exports now have tariffs on them of 50%. That goes into effect tomorrow. Remember, they raised from 25% to 50% because they were importing Russian oil. And then we have, last but not least, your fun fact for the day. Before I go into, we have a lot of data today, so we'll go into that really quickly. But last but not least, for your fun fact of the day, we have core Japanese inflation, including fuel and fresh food, is now higher than the U.S. for the first time in 48 years. As you know, they've had extremely loose monetary policy and deflation. So there's your fun fact for the day. And then really quickly, I just want to go over the data we have because we do have a lot of data today. We have at 8:30, we have Philly Fed non-manufacturing activity, durable goods, and cap goods. Those are kind of yellow folder, not red folder. 9 a.m., we have FHFA house price index. We also have S&P core logic inflation month over month, year over year. People will be watching that. It's a model of 20 cities, urban cities. So we'll be taking a look at that, especially before we have CPI later this week. And then 10 Richmond Fed manufacturing index and Richmond Fed business conditions, which is non-market moving, but we also do have Conference Board consumer confidence. That will matter to markets. And then at 10:30 a.m., we have Dallas Fed services activity, non-market moving. So all in all, really, we need to watch that 8:30 data, that 9 a.m. data, and the 10 a.m. data. And see if those move the markets or not, but just be aware that we have a data at those times if you don't care what the data actually is. That said, I will post it live in the chat, of course, as always.
All right, Shy. Very awesome as usual. Appreciate you, and I will see you in a bit.
All right.
We're gonna. Oh, so even better. Sweet. We're staying here. So yeah. So a lot of news
Oh,
coming
we're
out
staying here.
today.
All right.
Yeah. Let's just kind of talk in general about um, some of the movements because you mentioned the U.S. dollar. I'm looking at the 30-year Treasury bonds right now, and they're catching a bid on the ever since the Treasury bonds opened, which has already happened, and it's a pretty good move up right now. So the long end, as you mentioned, is moving, and we have cash yields this morning. When I checked, it was almost 5% again, which is kind of like that line in the sand where everyone's always kind of worried about it. But yeah, the yield curve is steepening as we would guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we have, gold kind of trying to make a move here a little bit. Platinum slightly up. We have crude prices are down today. Now that is on kind of the expectation of all right, let me backtrack a little bit. So what we had President Trump talk about the fact that Exxon may enter uh, uh, back into an oil deal that they left during with Russia that they left, and so that's kind of easing fears a little bit that maybe we get a ceasefire sooner than later if he's talking about the fact that Exxon can go back into business with Russia that they had to leave back in 2022. Now, whether Exxon does that or not is another story because they had to take a 4.5 billion write down on that project when they left. So we'll have to see what happens.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, because this is a big turnaround candle today. I mean, I was all pumped up about hitting that 38.1% retracement that I have on my dailies and thought, well, we have a shy line at 65.40. We're getting close to it. And no, total reversal today. And that's almost not quite, technically, not quite a bearish engulfing, but a pretty decisive reversal. So sellers took over, buyers got rejected, and we're sitting right on that 80 MA right now. And with no wicks anywhere in sight today. So there's still a lot of selling pressure going on in the. I got the October contract up, Shy. And then on the intraday, we're sitting right at that Menthor Q 1 day min, and I'm just amazed at how many times, in non either if there's a non-news event or even if there is a news event, how these 1 day mins and 1 day maxes are pretty interesting levels. They pop up time and time again. We're sitting right there, and we're kind of trying to get to previous sessions lows right now.
Yeah, and that market opens up at 9 is, RTH is 9 a.m. So I always watch that 9 a.m. opening very closely to kind of give me a clue on where oil may or may not be headed after the Europeans have done what they have wanted with it.
Yeah. So anyway, interesting. We'll see. We'll keep monitoring that. Let's just shoot over to gold really quick because, as you mentioned a couple seconds ago, gold caught a bid. I don't know if this is flight to safety or, hey, it's risk off today, but we are popping up, and I just wanted to ask you about the potential here because it looks like we're trying to break out to the upside.
Yeah, I mean, gold's been a solid trade. And again, the fundamentals are there because unlike previous times, the last few years in particular, since 2022, we have this underlying bid from the central banks that we really didn't have before. Yes, they were buying. They started rebuying really back in 2011, but nothing like we have seen from 2022 forward to now. And so that's kind of different market now than most have been used to trading, which was more of just a paper trade.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes total sense. When I see a chart like this, it's a daily, it's a futures chart, but I always go back to these swing highs, right? We had this swing high up here toward the end of July 22nd. It's on my chart, and I look right then. So I look left first, and I look right, and then I'll draw my rectangle because it helps me helps me think about it. And just to see, all right, that was resistance at a certain point in time. I'm going to move this over here. Yeah, we kind of had a couple of sessions where we closed above that, but we remember what that doji was all about. And now we're kind of back down. So this is a target for me now. This is this is an area of resistance before. It's an area of resistance right now. But a lot of times these things get, pegged as important levels. And so 34.42 right now is on my radar screen from a longer term kind of macro point of view. But we can get there today if this thing keeps rolling intraday. We have a really nice volume profile actually. This is a really nice distribution. Point of control so far is pretty settled here at 34 23. We're right above it, but we keep dancing around it. We've been trading above VWAP ever since that 7 to 730 bar, so that's something to consider also. But pretty right, just kind of looking at this from R2 being an area of resistance to London initial balance low and the pivot being an area of support. That's kind of the channel so far, right? That's my breakout lines, right? A breakout above R2 would be interesting, or a breakdown below that pivot, that daily pivot would be interesting here. So there's a lot of opportunities here if we do get some more movement in gold.
And we should definitely check out that Bitcoin chart, Jim, because it's making another big move down.
Yeah, now Bitcoin, I still have my August. Let me double check here. Yeah, August is still, this is a monthly contract. And remember, folks, some trading platforms might try to roll you over into September sooner than later. It's always wise to check the volume. So right now, my micro Bitcoin August, we have 25,000 contracts traded. And then I look at the September, I added the September manually. We only have 4,300. So clearly the front month is that August contract right there, 25,000. Just as a kind of a housekeeping thing. So that's what we're going to stay with today. But yeah, this doesn't look good, Shai.
That's I'm saying. We had an overnight low of 108,000, give or take, which is we haven't seen that low in quite a while. So it does look like this market is making a turn down for the worse.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go back to the left too to kind of find some areas. That trend line is no longer any good. We're going to delete that. If I had to draw a fib, I'd probably start all the way down here. This low, this was a sub 100,000 low, by the way. Let's see, where was it? Well, I have my crosshairs off a little bit. 98,920 was this low we had on the 20th. And some folks will say, well, that's a target. We've heard PAC say, well, if it gets down to 70,000, I'm going to be buying with both hands. Well, that's a long break to the downside, for sure. I'm just looking at this. My next area of support is going to be approximately 105 to 106 in that area right there where my crosshairs is, just from a longer term point of view. Intraday, again, we had this kind of tight range here between the top of the London initial balance. That's where high wick is pretty much. And then Jack's 4 on the downside. We're trying to break through there right now. We just sold. Now we are south of the session VWAP right now for the second time. So we'll see if this is just kind of a range bound kind of phenomenon, or if in fact sellers have taken over right now. I get a negative feeling today, Shai, here in the equity markets. How are you feeling?
I am. We'll see, but I kind of feel like maybe we have a slow drip down once again because there's a lot of uncertainty over this Cook situation. In addition to new 50% tariffs on India starting tomorrow, and then Trump overnight also we didn't get a chance to get into this, but he vowed export curbs and more tariffs on digital taxes. So other countries tax our companies like Google, etc., for a tax for what they post in their country and the searches that they have in their country. And Trump doesn't like that. I mean, it's only it's 2%, but Trump has threatened to raise tariffs on any country that continued those taxes.
So that's like if I'm understanding what you're saying, that's like a services tax.
Right.
Kind of. Okay.
Essentially, it is, broadly speaking, it is like a digital services tax. It's just a levy on revenue that tech companies generate from users in a particular country from activities such as online advertising, streaming, sale of data, etc. So it is a services tax.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Good morning, chat. Appreciate you guys being here today. We have some great guests and some live trading coming up shortly. Engineer Bear, first to chime in. Good to see you. Thank you for the tips on food to eat in Sicily. If anybody has any tips, send me some recommendations. But I do appreciate that, John. Thank you for that. Merrill Trades is here. Cooper's here. Paulie's here. My Sharona. The list goes on and on, folks. Thank you for being part of us. Thank you for being part of our community. It's important to us. And thanks for the thumbs up. The subscriptions, we're getting close to the magic number, Shy, in the subscriptions. Did you see that?
We are. We're at 144 now, so 6,000 more, and we have a huge prize giveaway, etc., that we haven't really planned out yet, but it's going to be good.
It's going to be good. It is going to. I know. I'm dying to know what it is, too. So we'll find out. Kevin's going to have me do something. Kevin's probably going to have me do something crazy. I don't know, but it'll be fun no matter what. But thank you, everybody, for being here for sure. Greatly appreciate being part of us. It's super, super cool. Let's shoot over, Shai. I know we're going to probably maybe talk about this more with our special guest today, but I just want to do just a general peek at copper right now, and just take a look at the daily chart and just to see what, if anything, we're seeing. I mean, we've never overcome this big sell-off, right? So we're still kind of stuck in the mud, if you want to think of it that way, from a daily chart. But it always just seems like it's trying to break out somewhere somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the long-term fundamentals still remain for this market. I mean, if projected demand is correct, by 2030, we're going to need more copper than we've ever mined ever in the entire history of copper mining. So, and we just don't have that much copper. We don't have that many projects going on. We have a lot of problems in Chile right now. We have a lot of older mines right now. And what happens when you have an older mine, the ore kind of is degraded. It's not as good of quality that used to come out of the ground before. And we're just not, there's no CapEx in this industry, kind of like we have a CapEx problem in the oil industry. And so we're definitely going to talk to Scott about this, our guest that's coming on at 8:30, but this is, I think this is going to be a long-term problem. And if we look over the course of, if we take like a weekly chart, look over the course of copper, we are still much higher than we have been trading. I mean, we traded in like the $2 to $3 range for a very long time.
Yeah, I was slow on the prompt, Shai. Hang on. I got the weekly chart up now. Yeah, no, I hear you, man. I mean, I have a rectangle, and I could draw another rectangle too, down around 4.05. But that's, yeah, for sure. And we can go back in time there as well. It's funny. We were talking about I think it was last night. We were talking about my money pit back in Chicago, and it was a beautiful Art Deco brick house. Oh, look how cool I am, and it had copper gutters, and for a while.
Oh, nice.
But for a while, they're all patinaed now, right? They're not copper anymore. They're because they're old. But for a while, there was
Right.
like this big theft ring in the neighborhood, stealing people's copper gutters. So for a while, every once in a while, in the middle of the night, I'd hear a noise. I'd run down, open my front door just to make sure no one was stealing my copper gutters. They didn't steal mine, but it was a concern.
This is a true story. Whenever you want to see if we have a copper supply problem that's exacerbated, I used to start looking online to see how many copper thefts there were. And you'll see an uptick in copper thefts when copper prices jump in price, and or we have like a serious supply problem.
Wow, that is that it's crazy. Anyway, I don't have any. I don't have copper gutters anymore. I have the regular ones. So, so let's kind of just take a real quick peek here. I know we're getting close to time for Scott, but I just want to look at the equity markets really fast just to kind of see. We'll start with the E-mini S&P, and I'm going to go to a daily chart again. Hang on a second. Wait for the data to pop in. I got the commitment of traders on the bottom. I have the weekly still, but we don't have time to talk about that. But from the daily point of view, I still have that August volume profile. This is new to me, tracking. This is probably influenced by Pharm, but tracking volume profile for the whole month and just kind of seeing where these volume nodes are, where these price happiness levels are right now. And we're kind of in a no man's land here. We got that little volume deficit happening right now. We wick through the piercing line of this Friday's giant candle, the midpoint, but buyers push this back up right above that 8 EMA. So this morning on the poll, I had to put bearish on the poll this morning. Shai, I don't know how you voted.
I voted bearish as well. And I might regret that, but we'll see. It feels like, we're in this week of August. Everybody's taking their kids to school, or they're on their last week of vacation. We've got a 3-day weekend ahead. A lot of people take off early, so I feel like, there's just this big kind of a lull this last week in August.
Yeah, and I don't think that's necessarily unique to this year. I mean, after Labor Day, when I was a commodity broker, it was like, all right, when are we going to get some more volume? When are we going to get some more trading? And you would think it was the day after Labor Day. Well, no, people are slow to get back to the keyboard and to the mouse. But you never know if something's happening nowadays with all of the great tools we have. I mean, we have NinjaTrader Desktop, we have NinjaTrader Web, we have NinjaTrader Mobile, we got Tradeovite. So there's so many different ways to participate now that it's not as bad as it was back 20 years ago when I was a broker. Yeah,
absolutely. And then I'm also thinking, going to the NASDAQ. I think it might be kind of a hurry up and wait for Nvidia earnings tomorrow after the bell. So we'll kind of see what happens in that market today, too.
Oh, that's another great question for Scott. All right, good job. I got the chart up here right now. This is a little bit more, the pattern's similar, but it's a little messier. You got volume nodes all over the place in this market, and I'm looking at the classic, the minis. I call them the classic instead of the micros. We got this that second day sell off, but the candle from Friday wasn't quite as pronounced as the candle in the E-mini S&P, but structurally the last 3 days have looked pretty similar. So I don't know, right in that rotation zone between the 8 and the 21 EMA, and we're just kind of sitting there with a nice wick at the bottom. So it will be an interesting trading day today. Volume-wise, we had volume-wise. So the E-mini S&P's got a lot of volume today. So E-mini S&P's got 141,000 contracts traded so far. I kind of look at that as a gauge on all the markets in terms of volume. And on an 8-day average right now, we're at about, and this is a Mike Burke indicator, 150% of where we have been over the last on volume over the last past 8 sessions, and then range-wise, we're 145% of what the range has been at this point in time over the last 8 sessions. So there should be some movement here. But Shai, won't you tell us a little bit about our special guest coming on?
So we have Scott Willis, who is PM of DARP, ETF, DARP, and an ex-Credit Suisse analyst. I have done a lot of podcasts together with him. He's a great guy, very knowledgeable on commodities, and we'll talk a little bit about Nvidia as well and Intel, but a great guy and a wealth of knowledge, just a wealth of knowledge.
That's awesome. And we'll go ahead and get his X channel posted in the chat, Mission Control. If you can grab that, that would be awesome. So why not? Why hesitate another second? Let's get Scott in here right now. Good morning, Scott. Thanks for being here with us. Greatly
Good
appreciate your time, man.
morning.
Good morning, Tracy. Good morning, Jim. You know, for those who don't know, Tracy mentioned it. She's been a regular contributor on our Grizzle live conference. And so it's a trip for me to be on the other side of the camera. So I'm excited to do this.
No, it's awesome. We love your background. I'm happy meeting you for sure. And again, thanks for being here early in the morning. You know, I was going through your stuff last night, and I was like, there's all this talk about critical minerals and you know, now it's magnets. Someone's using the word magnets. You know, what's is in a general macro sense, what's going on there?
Yeah, the magnets, the word of the week, I think. Trump is out this morning talking more about magnets. So I think the general theme people need to be aware of is that there's a critical minerals premium creeping into the market that's not fully appreciated yet. So, you know, typically we have the markets are going to do what they're going to do in the commodity space. If you're not the low cost producer, you're going to struggle against someone who's lower cost. But there's something changing here now where the West is realizing we might need our own supply chain of critical minerals for more than economic reasons. And that's a big change for a lot of these companies in the West, where you had a company that couldn't get funding. They weren't the lowest cost in the world, so it just didn't make sense for them to produce. But now you're going to get permitting help. You might get subsidies from the government. We're seeing the beginnings of that in the rare earth space, MP Materials. If anyone hasn't looked at that stock, that kind of explains that the market's waking up, but there's still a lot more to go. So I think, you know, the value difference from a company that's never going to produce and to one that's now a viable company is massive. And that's happening in rare earths. And secondarily, you should look at the uranium space, which I'm sure you guys have talked about. A lot of opportunity there in North America, where those guys just weren't competitive against Russia. But now the US and the Western world realizes we need other sources of supply. So these guys are getting, you know, permitting times cut from 4 years to 4 months. This makes a big difference. And I think this is something people should watch. It's kind of the beginning of the bull market in critical minerals in our view.
Well, the permitting process. So now 4 years to 4 months. So now, if I'm a business owner, I'm thinking, okay, I have this CapEx. I'm not scared to deploy it anymore because I don't have, you know, there's that political risk associated with those 4 year cycles are always kind of scary, and now we don't have them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the government's typically been your enemy, especially in uranium, if you're trying to get anything built. Now they've turned into your friend. And that's a huge difference because, you know, that decreases the cost of the uranium in the US at the end of the day. Then you pile on, you know, subsidies down the road. Trump seems to be waking up that we need our own sources of supply because, you know, we have a lot of nuclear facilities here. So that's I think, a huge opportunity if you pick the right North American uranium suppliers. That could be big.
Yeah, that makes. And by the way, Scott, we are going to interrupt you for a second with breaking news at 8:30, just so you know. But what are your
I'm
thoughts,
ready.
Shai?
But we're just the data that's coming up. But let's talk a little bit about the gold and silver market, particularly gold. You know, everybody keeps expecting this thing to crash, but we're not. And we've so far seen very shallow pullbacks. And so do you think this has more room to run? And, you know, especially if you look at some of these miners that, you know, have outperformed the market.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good year finally for the gold miners versus the gold price. You've seen there's been, you know, 5 years or more of just owning gold was always the better play. And it had been a tough period for gold investors, but owning the physical was beating owning the stocks. Luckily, that's finally turned around. I think it's just you need a market where prices have risen quickly and these guys all get an infusion of cash flow before costs go up. Because we know, you know, if prices are much higher, these guys are gushing cash. There's a lot of the supply chain that knows that's happening. So they'll ask for a raise. You know, the consumables get more expensive. So that all catches up, but we're in that sweet spot. We've had gold move quite a bit quickly. And so these producers, they have the operational leverage, remember? So they make a lot more when the price rises, say 100%, their margins could go up 200%. So they're the ones you want to own. It's been a good year for them. But I think from a macro perspective, I mean, it hasn't been this good for gold in a long time, at least since I've been doing it. You know, I'm 20 years in now. It's the best situation because you just have Now, the news last night of Trump trying to replace the Fed governor, that's bullish. That means rates are probably headed lower than higher. That's good for gold. You also have uncertainty about tariffs and how strong is the US still going to be the reserve currency. All these things are really good tailwinds for gold.
Sounds good. Shai,
Absolutely. Yep,
what
we
is the
just
breaking
had
news
data
here?
come in.
Yeah.
So durable goods orders came in at minus 2.8%. Expected was minus 3.8%. So came in better than expected. And cap goods came in at 1.1%, expected 0.2%. So both came in much better than expected.
All right. Well, we flatlined Tracy, so no reaction on the S&P or NASDAQ.
No. All right. All right. I want to get back to Scott let's talk about silver. I mean, silver has been lagging gold. Are we going to catch up? We're sort of starting to see some movement in those miners. What are your thoughts on silver?
Yeah, silver's an interesting one, because you had that gold silver ratio. And so I think it was at 100 recently. It's back down to about 85. Typically once it gets down to historically over the last 10 years or so, it's kind of been around that 60 level. So I would see you could play for a bit more of a catch up, but silver's interesting because it's a store of value, but it also is an economic component. And that's very powerful right now because the amount of silver going into solar panels and batteries is just unprecedented. So you have this whole source of growing fast demand. Tracy, you've talked about it at our conference. And then the miners are not keeping up with the amount of silver. So we have a lot of recycled silver that has to work its way through, but that's happening. And you could get a squeeze down the road. And what that would mean is that, gold to silver ratio during COVID, it went down, to like 50 or so. It could break through that if we get a period where the miners aren't realizing that there's all this demand coming from solar panels. And we've already seen that playing out. You could definitely see a lower silver to gold ratio than you typically do. So, just on a fundamentals basis, I think people are worried a little bit about some weakening economic data, nothing crazy right now. So that can leave a little bit of pressure on silver because it's economically sensitive as well as a store of value. But, we're still bullish on silver, just like gold. We still think, that ratio could come in. So silver could work even if gold is flatlining from here.
Yeah, Scott, I mean, I'm just looking at a daily chart right now. This is the futures chart, front month and futures, and it's been really, it's been hard for silver to pop above 40, right? I mean, historically, and as well as short term right now. And every time we get that burst up there, I'm thinking, all right, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. But it just isn't able to get that traction sometimes. And so it's a little bit disappointing, but you never know. Maybe the third time's a charm.
Yeah, I think the market's a little cautious right now because Trump has been so against all the renewables, and so that's put a damper on solar buildouts, which are very important to silver. But if you get back to the normal situation where, I mean, people are still building lots of solar and batteries, that's happening across the world. You get back to where the news flow is more. There's all these new solar farms being built, and then people aren't so worried about the economic growth. That could be very bullish for silver. And then you have this backdrop where gold could go higher as well. So I think it's looking like ahead for silver. It could be pretty decent. It could break through that level that you were talking about.
Yeah. So do you think that this slowdown in the U.S. domestic push toward stuff like solar is a temporary phenomenon, and this is really going to be a long-term thing here going forward?
Yeah, because for a long time, what enabled all this whole solar build out was government subsidies. It wasn't economic when you looked at oil and gas and things like that. But now Lazard, the bank, puts out a really good levelized cost of energy. They build in everything. They say, so what's the actual cost of solar versus gas versus when you include everything that goes into it? And it's getting very competitive. It's on par with coal and potentially oil down the road. So if it's economic to build these solar panels, they're going to be built. And you just see the states where, the sunny states, they're moving ahead. And now we're moving to the battery stage where they say, well, we have all these solar panels. They're not really reliable. We're going to need the batteries too. So there's a big pickup in battery installations. So all of that is, I think the cat is out of the bag, that we're going to keep building this stuff, and now it's economics. So that's going to be a driver of silver for sure.
Yeah, I got it.
I want to move this over to nat gas because the nat gas chart does look like death, yet we're building all of these AI data centers that are going to need power from somewhere, and nat gas is cheap and abundant. So what are your thoughts on the nat gas market right now? Are we bottoming out at any point, and what is the outlook like for demand both domestically and internationally?
Yeah, so commodities, you got to be a little bit of an ambulance chaser, and that's what we like to do. Gas is one of our favorites. The chart like this, it looks bad. The news flow's been bad since June. You see natural gas production in the US is at an all-time record. So things like that, they're going to hurt the price. You have better weather. It hasn't been as hot in Europe. They have more than enough gas. Remember, they were that big buyer in 2022 when Russia attacked Ukraine. So all the news is negative, and then you look at the stocks. They're down 30 to 50% since their June highs. So that's all the stuff we like, because when you look in the future, you have all these things that it could turn around. We're going into winter. Prices typically firm up in winter just because there's a lot more demand for heating. And then LNG, if anyone's not been following, there's a big ramp up in LNG facilities in the US, and that really is hitting its strongest point in the next 12 to 18 months. So there's almost... I'll put it in perspective. The demand for gas in the U.S. is around 100 BCF a day. We're adding LNG facilities that are 10 BCF a day over the next 2 years. So demand typically from all sources, not just LNG, grows about 2 to 3 BCF a day per year. So in 1 year, we're adding way more than all the demand growth. So, the producers are going to have to step up for this. So you have prices down, stock prices down, production's at a high, which everyone's bearish on the price. The price has fallen quite a bit. And then you have all this LNG ramping up, and you have data centers, which are very hungry for natural gas turbines and natural gas. So I really like the setup on like a 12 to 15 month view. If it's going to happen for gas, it's going to happen in this window for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the chart is... Go ahead, Tracy, go ahead.
So, so I wanted to move on because, I mean, I do like the natural gas story as well. I keep talking about it, even though the price keeps sinking, but, I think the future looks bright. But I kind of want to move over. Let's move over to some of the equities right now. Let's talk about, we have Nvidia earnings tomorrow after the bell. So I know that is one of your largest positions. So talk about what do you expect from Nvidia, and why do you like Nvidia so much, and where do you think this is headed?
Yeah, Nvidia's been a big one for our fund. It's now up to, I looked yesterday, it's almost 20% of the fund. So earnings are going to be big. It's been a great run for us. I think we've owned it since early 2023. So that's why it's at 20%. We didn't just, go in all in 20% recently. It's just been a great performer. And so we're obviously watching earnings closely. I think, so looking at earnings, Nvidia's they've basically beaten raised ever since ChatGPT launched. So I think the market would be looking for more of that. But whatever happens for the quarterly earnings, we're looking more long-term. That's really going to drive the stock price. It's going to be what they say on the conference call more than anything, because what's driving that stock is what earnings look like in 2026 and 2027. And so we need to see commentary on their newest chips, the Blackwell chips. Those are ramping up right now, and those are going to drive the next 2 years of earnings. So we'll see what Jensen says about that. The timeline, is it ramping as expected? What do orders look like? Because I don't know if you guys know, AI is apparently half of the entire. So Nvidia eats up half of AI spending across the globe. So whatever they say is what people will take as what's happening in AI. So if they come out and say Blackwell sales are strong and they're expected to be strong in the future, they're still sold out, people will take that as AI spending by hyperscalers will also be strong. And that's a narrative shift where people say, okay, this AI trend, it's not a fad. It's going to go on longer than expected. So we're just going to watch the conference call closely, and whatever indications they say about Blackwell orders and what's happening for 2026, 2027, that'll really drive the stock, I think, tomorrow.
Scott, I'm sorry, Tracy, just really quickly, let me ask about the relationship with Nvidia and China is one of their big customers. Is that all good now?
It seems like what's interesting is that Nvidia's their expectations, they're being very conservative. And even though Trump has now relaxed the restrictions so they can sell their chips again into China free and clear, they're not adding that into their earnings expectations. So that could be some upside there. If you really build that in, it looks like, it's still very uncertain because we're still in conversations with China, but things have loosened where now Nvidia, at least for the next quarter or two, can get back to business there, which is bullish and probably driven some of the stock re-rate. You've seen since June of last year, we basically had a year where it went nowhere and it was kind of digesting all this information. We had DeepSeek, that new, more efficient model, come out, and that led to a sell-off in AI. Luckily, we are big believers in AI. We think it's not a fad. We use it every day. So we bought that dip in April. It worked out very well. So I think Nvidia is really the only game in town. Even though they've already grown so much, the valuation is not that bad. If you look historically, it's not tech bubble levels, not even close. And they just have so much lock-in. Their chips are easier to use than everyone else's. They're more powerful than everyone else's. That's why we stick with them, even though it's already been an incredible run.
Excellent. Then we can move on to want to talk about, I know we were talking DM, you want to talk about the Intel situation a little bit. And what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's really interesting. It's some political theater here. I do want to agree what everyone was saying. It seemed on Twitter, everyone was saying, government getting involved in private companies is bad for free markets. Totally agree with that sentiment. But I think we have to look at it not just from a free market perspective now. This is kind of this is the future of America and their defense versus whatever China is building. And so I think the US has done the right thing. I think this is good for Intel because what the US has done now is said Intel is going to be around. So they've backstopped Intel. We're not going to lose them. If you look at the chip manufacturing landscape in the world, there's really TSMC on the doorstep of China. They're the major leader. And you used to have Intel. Intel's fallen off. Without Intel, we're at the mercy of TSMC for all our chips, which basically we all know runs our daily lives and will, that's going to grow, just how important chips are to the economy and to our lives. So I think for the US, you need to have Intel. And I like how the government set this up. So if Intel wins now, we, the American people, win because we own some of Intel. And then I just heard recently, Trump is now doing the next phase, which is, I think, smart. He's starting to put pressure on some of the customers, the hyperscalers, the Apples and Metas, and say, I might turn the screws to you if you don't invest in Intel as a customer to make sure they're still around. And that makes a lot of economic sense for those companies. If they have two people they can buy from, there's some competition, and that's better for pricing for them. It makes a lot of sense. So I think now that Intel's been backstopped, this could be an interesting situation with them where you have the numbers I've heard are they just got, about $9 billion from the government. They need 40 to build their new plant to really be competitive with TSMC. And so if they can get that from the hyperscalers and find some other creative funding solutions, then you have Intel is a U.S. champion. And for national defense and security, I think that's an existential issue for us that Trump has addressed.
Yeah, and this isn't the first time the federal government's done this. J.P. Morgan and the banks got it, 2008. You go back to Chrysler and Ford; they had the bailouts where there's an equity interest, and the government almost always, I think, always has divested in that investment once the crisis is over, once the issue is over. So my guess is that's going to happen this time.
Yeah, and I don't think now that they're involved, they're not going to let Intel go away. So that kind of says that there's a lender of last resort. They also have no say. They're not on the board. I think that was a smart decision. So you can let Intel do their thing now. And then they have Trump on their side trying to get customers to come along because it's clear Intel management can't save this company. And so Trump had to come in and, do some things for them. And then hopefully we have a source of really high quality, chips here, we really need that.
Yeah. Well, we are almost up against time here. Shai, any last second thoughts?
No, I think that we are good. I think Pharm is ready. So, well, thank you very much, Scott. We do appreciate it. And we'll hopefully get you back on again.
Love to be on anytime. Love what you guys are doing. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Scott. Look forward to talking to you again. Wow, we were fighting over questions for that guy. I mean, he's got a lot of good intel.
Yeah, he's really sharp. I've known him for a while, and we have a lot of similar views on the commodity markets. So always good to talk to people that have some insight that you do.
Yeah, well, thanks for inviting him here. It was awesome, and thank you, Shai, for this morning. I look forward to talking to you a little bit later on in hot commodities.
All right, I will be in the chat.
All right, it is time for Pharm. Pharm is in the house. Wow, that's a bright blue shirt. Still got the same Diamondback baseball cap, but how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Tuesdays are always better than Mondays for me for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, I mean, yesterday's session was just absolute trash, and we got to have some fun overnight, though, didn't we?
Yeah, yeah, no, for sure. We have not only fun, we had some volume, we had some range. You know, the E-mini S&P last night is up, we're up to 147,000. So far, we're tracking about 137% above the 8-day average at this point in the day. This was as high as 150 earlier. So your point that, yeah, overnight we had some action, we certainly did, along with the range as well. And I like the fact that we're seeing this. We're kind of like in this no man's land. Again, I'm going back to my August volume profile here just to kind of take a peek to find out where price happiness is. And, we're kind of in this little deficit zone here. I know it's not like a deficit if you actually added up the volume here. There's a lot of volume, but relatively speaking, where you have a point of control at 64.70, competing point of control down here at 64.12, in between those two areas is where we're sitting at right now, right at that ADMA. So it'll be interesting. This morning when I woke up, I was like, oh, it's bombs away today. But now I don't know if it is or not. I don't know how you feel about that.
I think, she's a 10, but she forgot about 64.31 to 35, Jim.
Yeah.
That's what I'm probably going to post on X because we've talked about that for ages. It was important on the way down. It was an important reclaim on the way back up, and it's the overnight low. So that's a monster spot. Been watching for that since all weekend. I think I mentioned yesterday, it's also like a 50% retracement of last week's low to Friday's high. If you slap a VWAP on last week's low, that's also right there on your monthly profiles right there. It's the upper edge of that sort of central distribution. So sellers can't get back into there, then it's time to cover. So today's a big day. I was kind of bearish coming into just a little bit coming into this week, basically looking for this retest. So this is a situation where I see this as a very bullish setup. This is a setup to me that produces new highs, and anything short of that, I'm going to pay attention. So I think Cooper made a great comment in the chat this morning that, ES is innocent until proven guilty. I think that's absolutely correct. This is a bullish setup, and it needs to produce bullish results, and it should produce bullish results, and it does not. And if it does not, then I pay attention to that, and I'll start stepping on it probably. So this is going to be a big day, I think, here. Can we get down? Can we take out the overnight low? Or do bulls just come in and rip this back into yesterday's range?
Yeah, I mean, at some bigger targets, I've got the pivot up here as a target to the upside for me anyway, and that's at 68, so 468. Then we got that JAX1 level at 475, and beyond that, we got R1, JAX4. There's a lot of targets on the upside that are meaningful to me, and there are on the downside as well. I mean, we still have a high vol level down at 6430 and S2 and JAX2, but I'm starting to feel a lot better so far. Let's take a look at some farm charts.
Yeah, no, I'm in that boat as well. We'll see what the day brings. Yesterday, NQ showed some relative strength after showing some relative weakness for a few days. And so I'll be interested to see that. I mean, the Dow was just an absolute disaster yesterday, right? It just got blasted. So, I mean, the Russell did as well. Had a little bit of a deeper test overnight. Does that wake, those bulls up, right? Is it now going to be relatively strong? Whereas, again, NQ looks kind of good. You're into Nvidia earnings, so it makes sense for NQ to not do a whole lot. But it looks good. It held its spot as well. That was at 342 to 369 is the spot I was using. I think overnight low is like 370. So you can see on the 5 anyways, the hold of 31 to 35, and then coming up here and struggling to reclaim yesterday's range. So we have, you'll recall the 64.51 spot from the prior 6-week balance high that's become maybe slightly less relevant, but in the context of yesterday's low at 53 and a quarter, that reclaim will be important. I had moved, 57. I was using 60 to 63 last week to sort of represent that upper distribution that you had on the monthly profile, sort of the lower edge of that. I moved it to 57 to 60 for this week. Maybe it's a mistake. We'll see. Yesterday it seemed like it, but we've got the spike base from yesterday at 63 and 3/4. So that's going to be a key reclaim as well. But to me, if we're basing above 63 and 3/4 and call it 66, then this is a giant LOL from the overnight session on an intraday basis. So we'll see. Looking at the the weekly profiles again, you can see to your left, 2 weeks. The volume that was put in above roughly 64.60, let's call it. So just like it was last week, 64.60 is once again the key reclaim. It's interesting. We did the 50% retrace, but it's basically the same situation as last week, right? If you lose an offer of 60s, you come down to 30. If you can hold 30, you can reclaim 60. If you lose 30, it could be a shit show. So we'll see. There's still a little bit of support in this range. Again, you've got, last week, the entire week of trapped sellers down here in this kind of lower distribution. And that does tend to be supportive. What I would like, I'm probably not going to get it. I did a lot of trading last night, so I don't really care what happens today if I don't get anything. But, if I were wanting a trade, I would love to see this come out. I'd love to see it come all the way down, honestly. It would look disgusting. We have not quite filled the single prints from Friday. We had that big set of single prints, 27 and 3/4 would fill those. So, if we come in and sweep out these lows and then reclaim, I'm willing to take another shot long. Again, it would look kind of bad, but it's at least tight risk. If you get a sweep in a 28 and start basing back above these 30s, I'll take a tight risk shot with some profits from last night. But again, ultimately, buyers are going to have to get these reclaims. So, we've got 40 minutes almost. Do we open on a true gap down? That would be, opening below yesterday's low. That's 53 and a quarter. Do the bulls come in and they just bid this up, right here? Or do we have sellers come in and stomp one more time? I'm sure you guys have talked about the news, what the market thinks. It feels like general consensus is that, assets will perform well if Trump is meddling at the Fed and trying to manufacture lower front end rates. I think that's probably generally correct. Maybe there's an initial, and you saw that on the algorithmic move was the reaction to the whole "This is Africa" meme from Blood Diamond. That's what's going on in the market. It's wow, what a shit show. This is disgusting. Yeah. But ultimately, it probably is bullish risk assets. And I think if we do end up getting a sell, and something like that might come from long end rates blowing out or whatever it is. Or if this is just given back, because it has felt a little bit tired. I think that's ultimately a huge buy wherever that dip comes into. So, I'm okay whatever happens here for today, though. Again, it's going to be this key reclaim of yesterday's range and really the spike base. Once above there, it's kind of over. I'm open to retest and a quick sweep of the overnight low as well. But you're right. It looks reasonably constructive. Qs is the same thing. Let me flip over to Qs real quick. So I was using 342 to 369. We hit 370. I might have rounded. If you know what you're doing in math, you always round to 69 from 71. And we've got this reclaim of 425 to 438, which has been an important high volume spot. If you come way left, you'll remember this very awkward week where we had this monster range, but we had this sort of primary distribution here, and that's roughly the lower edge of that distribution. So this reclaim is important, and holding above here is important. And again, I'm interested to see if maybe it flips back and NQ is not showing relative strength today ahead of Nvidia's earnings. That might be interesting, and that would cause a little bit of drag on ES. So I'm not like outright bullish into today. We came down. It's a huge hold that we made overnight. It needs to continue to hold outside of a quick sweep of those lows to fill in the singles. Same thing on NQ. Those singles were not yet filled. I think we can afford that. I think traction below the overnight low is quite bad. So your overnight range is, once again, at an incredibly perfect area, especially on ES. I'll go back to, because the overnight high was right at that spike base that I pointed out, and the overnight low is at the critical 64.31. So anything in this middle here, you're just playing around. To me, these are the edges that you're looking for. So if you want to, look for shorts on failed reclaims of 63, I'll go back to the 5. If you want to look for short failed reclaims of yesterday's low, that's probably fine. I think a push into the overnight high that fails and then gets back below, I think that's a cleaner rotation back down towards the lows. And then again, if you're sweeping out this overnight low and get a reclaim, I think that's a long until proven wrong situation there. You have seen the bid walk up just a little bit overnight here. So maybe these low 40s could bid or something. I still feel like that's a little bit too much in the middle. I'm going to be very picky today since I was very active. I frankly got wildly lucky that I was sitting short 518s on NQ when like all the hell broke loose. So I just like panic covered that for whatever it was and, thought I was done. And then, ES hit 31 to 35. So I had to take that. But I'll be very picky, but those are your edges to me today. And anything else here, you're just kind of fiddling around, and that's, may not be fruitful.
Yeah, I mean, we're right. I mean, the volume profile for today, I mean, we're right at the point of, we're a little bit north of the point of control, maybe by 2 points, right? We're tracking 47.25 for that point of control. And then if you squint a little bit, use your imagination, there's a competing point of control starting to grow right here at 64.51. But, I'd expect that to fill in a little bit until this market decides on a direction and breakout up, breakout down, swing high or swing low. But right now, it's really a sweet value area right now. If you think about value area trading all night long, there are some opportunities there.
Yeah, there was some decent two-way trading in the middle. Again, you're just looking at least for the edges of this proper distribution to execute and avoiding kind of sitting here in the middle. The one thing that I'll say is that, while I guess I probably sound, tentatively bullish, I suppose, based off of this hold, and I think that's probably accurate. The one thing that I always look at, if I'm coming into a day and I see a big technical hold on the bullish side and I'm leaning towards longs, I make sure to look at what value on the overnight session is doing relative to the prior day. And, it's gapping lower, right? So, that just gives me a little bit of pause, right? So maybe I'm not going to be super aggressive on the bullish side and just sort of temper my expectations a little bit because sellers are absolutely in position to defend pops here, trigger a failed reclaim of yesterday's range one way or another, and get this back down into the overnight low. And especially on if NQ is relatively weak, that certainly is something that you can see. So, cautiously bullish from the standpoint of like, this is such a huge technical hold. Again, you've got 50% retrace in addition to the spot we talked about on your monthly profiles. Huge spot. We've got the 50% retrace of last week's low to Friday's high. We've got the VWAP off last week's low. I mean, it's all there. So if bulls can't get it up for that, then, I'm never going to go long again, at least till tomorrow.
Okay. It's a long never.
Yeah, exactly. I'm very stubborn.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what other kind of bombshells are dropped out of DC. You never know going today. I mean, it's, I don't know. I don't know how you feel about it. I do not like, dirty laundry should stay in the laundromat, clean it, wash it, come back out. It's just so, it's kind of nasty these days and not a lot of grace. I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't really love a lot of the meddling at all. And, you would think that the market would maybe react a little bit more to it. But this has been such a strong and stubborn market. So I do think, like I said, if we do get some weakness and some continued downside, because let's be clear, like NQ is still not in the clear on sort of intermediate timeframes, like at all. Nvidia is going to make or break, I think, for this next move. It is not in the clear. So if we do end up getting, a pullback off of this setup, I do think that, is ultimately going to be a buy. It would open up volatility, it open up ranges, have a lot more, larger range for day trade. So I think embrace that. Like, even if you're bullish, you'll get some fresh setups on some individual names that'll, have a little bit more room to run. So, we can be open to that. But, again, like Cooper said in the chat, it's ES is innocent until proven wrong. Proven guilty.
Real quick, I know we're out of time, but real quick, let's say Nvidia comes out bad. The market reaction is bad. Is it going to drag all the stock indexes with it?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question, right? Because we've seen this attempt at the great rotation, right? Which seemed to have lasted like a couple of days. When you looked at yesterday, it was kind of, that rotation was off. I think if things get a little bit too volatile, you could see some correlated selling. But generally, unless there is correlated selling, I'm not concerned. If there's rotational selling where the other indices are fine, then that's not a big deal. But if you do see volatility really get moving, then I think you get some correlated selling across indices. And then you're just picking your favorites once you find that low. So it's going to take a volatile move, I think, to get all indices to sell in a correlated manner. So not necessarily. It'd have to be a pretty big issue for Nvidia and the NQs.
Got it. Great stuff. Pharm, thank you so much as usual. Love talking to you in the morning. Looking forward to our time tomorrow morning. And in the meantime, thank you and have a great trading day.
You too. Take care.
All right. All right. All right. It is that time, that special time in the morning when we are ramping up to trade the open. And what better gentleman to start us off? Merritt Black, trading the open. Merritt, good morning.
Good morning, Jim.
How you doing?
I am doing well. How are you, sir?
I'm doing pretty good. I must admit, I'm doing a little better on Tuesdays than on Mondays. Mondays a little rough for Rare, but that's okay. Sun's out here in Charleston. Beautiful weather. Finally, after Hurricane Aaron, we had 8 inches over 48 hours. Just
Man, that's a lot.
Was relentless.
Wow.
Yeah. But that's what I get for moving into a hurricane.
Well, you guys got it pretty good most of the time, so
yeah, it's a weird. You're right about that. For number one, generally speaking, the weather down here is great, but we're also in the way that Charleston's kind of located on the map. It acts like a horseshoe a lot of times. So the storms kind of get close and kind of go around. So we're lucky in that respect as well. I don't know. Anyway, how's everything with you? Everything good?
all good. One kid getting over strep throat with the whole back to school thing, but other than that, we're good.
Wow. Okay. And how old is the strep throat kid?
4.
Oh,
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. The poor little guy.
Yeah. Yeah. But now, do the 4-year-olds go to school? I don't remember.
He's in pre-K. Yeah, at the school he'll eventually go to. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's a nice setup. Now, does that school go all the way through high school as well, or do you have a transition with middle school and all of that?
No, it's all one campus, one.
Yeah.
One spot. Yep.
Yeah. There's very few of those schools in the Chicago suburbs where I was from. Because you would have to go to middle school, which is a different building and a different system. Then you go to high school, which is totally different. But down here they have that, right? Cradle to grave, boom. Let's get this kid to college. Anyway, so what are you thinking about the price action so far today?
It's whipping around. It's whipping around. I'm kind of focused on the S&P. It's not at a spot for me that's super interesting. The market was kind of in a balance higher, and then we had the sell-off, and then we put a couple days of balance, and then we reverted back to the prior area where we were at, and now it's just kind of oscillating a little bit in between. So I'm going to be you guys know me. Most of the time when you're like, all right, let's go to Merritt, I've got a trade on, or whatever. But today's not one of those days. I am going to keep my eye on gold. I think that it's whether that's because of what happened last night, a little bit of a catalyst, whatever's going on. But gold is moving decently in terms of short term ebbs and flows. So that might be something to look at for some scalps. So we'll see what kind of trouble we can get into. But no, I don't have any super strong opinions. It's going to be more of like, let's see how this opens. I could present a bearish case. I could. I do have that. I think 6470 in the S&P is kind of a decent line in the sand for if this little move down, which we've seen. And by the way, there was a tremendous amount of selling. Look at this delta.
Yeah.
We almost pushed a 20,000 delta just kind of in the last afternoon session of the trade yesterday. So that is not inconsequential. That was a substantial, meaningful sell-off. I don't know if people were getting information early about Trump's firing of what's her name, but
Yeah.
I don't know what we can never know. It's a trader. For a trader, it's a waste of time to always ask why and try to figure out the exact things, unless you're trading long term.
But it's fun to ask why.
It is fun. I love it from an entertainment perspective. I do.
Yeah. So I love the 6470s, like you just mentioned, but I also love the 6412s, I think was my lower target. And days like today, I mean, in my experience, when we're like this week in general, we're in this kind of between zone right now, maybe closer to the 70s than we are down to 64 evens or 6412s. I always have, I do not know. I do not have a bias right now of which direction we're going to head, if either. We might go sideways. I don't know.
Yeah. 6412, if you see my screen, is really close to the upper end of this multi-day balance that we put in right here. So, I've got it just slightly lower, closer to like 07, but that's where the breakout higher day before yesterday happened. And then yesterday was a bit of a tight kind of quiet day. And now overnight, we're back into this space. So that is the point at which this current move kind of left a couple days from. So.
Awesome. Well, now you're so you're going to be joined with Stowe in a little while. In the meantime, you're going to be carrying the water for us for before he gets here. So I appreciate that for starters. And then secondly, hope the little one gets through this quickly without too much discomfort. We'll be be saying a prayer for him on the side. So, but thank you, Merritt, for being here with us. Appreciate you as usual. Merritt Black, everybody, hit that thumbs up and the subscription button. Greatly appreciated. Oh, and one last thing. Now that I have your attention. Feel free to share any of our NinjaTrader or Anthony or Merritt or mine or Shai's X tweets or any other social media stuff. The more the merrier here. High tides lift all boats. You guys in the chat have been awesome, supporting each other, helping each other, talking about what we're talking about what you want to talk about. It's really, really been a great community. The more the merrier. We're going to keep it. We're going to keep it clean. We're going to keep it positive. So share the love, man.
It's easy to forget too, Jim, that this is a brand new thing that we're doing. It's still brand new. It's like we've kind of settled in here for a couple months, but like there's a lot of people out there who will just say might be watching some other inferior streams. And there's just so much value on this NinjaTrader live stream that what you guys are doing. And like I'm saying, there's still a bunch of people out there who don't know about it. And I believe that this stream is the best one out there. I really do.
Well, it's the best one out there because of folks like you helping us out. We appreciate you for sure. And Stowe's going to be in a second. It's just great stuff. And I've been doing this. So I've been doing this a long time, and I started doing webinars. We didn't have streams back in the day. Like we're talking 2001, 2002, 2003, WebEx and all those, software platforms. We did webinars, right? We sent an email blast out and we'd say, oh, hey, Jim and Merritt are going to be talking markets, come pop in, and they're one-offs, right?
Yep.
And we've evolved to the point where futures traders, and our CEO, Marty, likes to talk about the rise of retail. making futures trading accessible to everybody. We're at that point. Not only that, but now we have our own live stream. That's there's going to be a point in time when this is going to be all day and then some, right? We have high aspirations here,
Yes.
but it's just it's phenomenal. I feel I am so lucky to be a part of this, Merritt. I can't tell you.
Well, we're lucky to have you, man. It's just all good all around. Watching something like this, as opposed to, let's say, having CNBC on in the background for a short-term trader, it's not even in the same universe of kind of the quality you get and whatnot versus just kind of a talking head, talking a book or something. So, yeah,
Yeah,
it's good.
Claudio, thank you for that. Streamside, you're right. I'm supposed to say independent trader instead of retail. I apologize. You guys know what I mean, though. Oh man. Anyway, thanks again, Merritt. Hit that thumbs up for Merritt, everybody. I'm gonna dip into the chat, and if you do place trade, wish you the best of luck.
Thanks, Jim.
All right.
Good morning, chat. How are we? I saw a couple of questions about my layout. And really the only thing that is different, and this is, for those of you who've been watching my stream at least for the past couple months, you know that I've talked about market profile and that we would be bringing that to our layout for Ninja. So this is kind of let's call it a functioning prototype. It's at a place where you can merge profiles, you can save that, the system will remember it, and you can reload the merges when you close out of the system and come back. So a lot of different settings, and obviously you can change the tick sizes and all that good stuff. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. I am appreciative to Mike, he knows who he is, helping me out and getting this going here. So yeah, I'm excited. Market Profile is a great tool. It's a great tool. Volume Profile is awesome. There's all kinds of things that are awesome, but man, Market Profile just has a special place in my heart. It does such a good job of simplifying information, right? There's all these like wicks and candles and engulfing patterns and things that are going on, and volume profile is so granular with a million different levels. Market profile is just like, I think of it as simple and robust, and it just allows your brain to hone in on where is their balance, right? Where is their balance? How's that unfolding over time? A little differently than let's say volume profile, which just puts everything together. Obviously, you could do the same thing with volume profile. So maybe I'll retract that statement, but it does. You can't split out volume profile into 30-minute TPO periods unless you're doing some very advanced custom chart wizardry, right? So this is a good thing to have. So let's talk about using this tool, right? And let's just kind of like expand it and talk about it here. What has this market been up to? Well, we were heading higher, and then we put in several days of balance, which I've merged together, and I'm looking at that value area. And then we had this day here where it was a little bit 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And then the next day, clearly a little B period wick above there, taking out the poor high right into kind of this point of control. Then the C period retest, and that was the sell-off day all the way to the tail end of the day. We sold off some more. We put in a several day balance here, starting on the 20th. That built a nice value area. And then what do you get? You get a little open out of there, a little bit of a test in, but essentially breakout, pullback, go. And where does the market go? This is just classic, classic, classic. It reverts to a prior area of established balance. And then we spent, a couple days balancing. Here we can do a merge from the past 2 days. I'm waiting because this is the first day that I've used this new version of this market profile tool. So I'm waiting until we get some new data over here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to merge this day into the next one. but I think I have to wait for the next day to see. It's not allowing me my right click menu to merge it. So we'll see once the next day opens. I will merge these, and we'll have that as a reference as well. Pretty sweet. Like I mentioned before, this kind of call it 64.70. The actual level's kind of 69. So we'll keep an eye on that level today. If there is a retrace up into that region, that's going to be back into kind of the past 2 days lower edge, and so it's also the upper edge of last week's value area. So that is kind of the main potential scenario for me. We do have some support down here. 64.40 type of long-term big picture level. But it's not anything I'm going to be basing a plan around. I think we got a couple time frames that are bearish, monthly and weekly. And then, obviously value migration lower overnight relative to where the past 2 days have been. So that's where we're at with the S&P. Jeff's long 64.51. That's everybody's got their own styles or whatever. That's a tough trade for me, just based on short-term trade location. What is the market doing overnight? What is it doing? It's doing this, right? This is a narrowing, wedging type of formation. And so being long this upper end here prior to any type of a break doesn't make sense for me. I'm not trying to call, I even forget Jeff out or anything like that. This could be the most statistically significant best play that you've ever taken. So I'm not criticizing. I'm definitely just kind of talking about it from my own filter with my own tools. Obviously, my DVA is from here to here. And so if I'm long, I prefer being long from lower extremes, or we actually go imbalanced up and I start buying pullbacks back into that area, right? No, I've never been a big volume profile right next to market profile type guy. I think it starts to muddy the waters of the beauty of the simplicity of market profile. That's why when I started talking about market profile, I immediately started talking about simplicity. So if you're going to add complexity to it by looking at where there was additional different features on the volume, now all of a sudden we're not living in the land of simplicity anymore. And so for me, the tool has a job description. And if I'm looking for more granular volume information, I'm going to be looking elsewhere for that. I think I'm losing my voice. I'm sorry. Hopefully I'm not getting strep throat. Huh, Bobby, you could not be more wrong. I am going to be very critical of Bobby. Bobby says seeing balance with VWAP plus and minus one is way more solid and robust than these, quote, subjective TPO merges. 6 exclamation points. Bobby. Where should I begin? Market profile is more solid. And then I would be cool to use. Yeah, you said solid. So I'm going to use that word too. It's more solid than VWAP base levels. And I'll tell you why. Because market profile is built from what range did this first bar trade, right? For like a period, which it's just stacked up 30-minute bars. Okay, that's all it is. So if you end up with all these, let's call it 30-minute periods that do this, we end up with this profile that looks like this. Okay. Everything, most of these tools, the VWAP and the market profile and the volume profile value area, they all work about the same when the market is just super nicely sideways and balanced. They all roughly come to the same conclusion. However, one thing I'll say about market profile and is that it's actual where things were traded. It's not just math, let's throw out a level, right? It's very, very important to know that this was an upper edge of where was actually price was able to spend time in the case of market profile, or price was able to trade volume in the case of market profile. At that price, it was tangible. It was something real, something, let's use your word, solid. VWAP, it's just math, man. It's just math. We're just throwing out levels into space because of the variance and the standard deviation calculations relative to a moving average that's volume weighted average price. Do they work good? Do I love them? Yes, but they have a job description, but they're not more solid and reliable than edges of actual balance areas. They're really not. And then what happens is, let's look at last week, for example. So last week's value area with plus and minus one is from here to here. I've got it drawn on this chart. It's something I'd look at. But where was there actually balance last week? Number one, it was mostly an imbalance down week, right? That's what happened. There was some balance early in the week, and then we traded down. And then there was this massive reversion back up top. Well, guess what? That's what this level is here, and this level is here. There was early balance last week. We traded down. Now we have this level, and then we ripped back up. This and this are more powerful than this and this, where the VWAP plus and minus one were. It's more powerful. It's more solid. It's not, yeah, there might be rare occasions where there's like 5% subjectivity, the way that I teach. Now, the way that most people teach market profile, and I'm not saying I'm better than other people, but the way that the GOATs, the way that the founders of market profile, except for my man who is more unknown, and I'm blanking on his name right now. Somebody help me. Oh, Don Jones. Except for Don Jones, the rest of the market profile people were very ethereal, very subjective. And unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for those of us who, if you know, you know, that is the vibe of market profile that Mark Knopfler, good one. One of my favorite guitarists, by the way. People think that market profile is this hocus pocus subjective thing. And quite frankly, I've been on a lot of, speaking of, you know, me and Jim earlier were talking about webinars. I've been on a lot of market profile webinars. And it's like that, you know, they're saying, well, you know, this is laggards and this is people trapped and this is, it's all just very like flimsy. Okay. To me, I wanted something more concrete. So the way that I approach market profile is from a more concrete, a little bit more, a lot more objective, a little bit more quantitative type of approach, where there's pretty clear rules for where we have balance, for if there are multiple phases of balance within one periodicity. For example, here's a little lesson for you. I didn't know we were going to be doing market profile class today, but if a day looks like this, what's the value area going to look like? You know, depending on where that point of control is, it's going to look just, we'll just call it something. It's going to look like this. That's not great. Value is only as good as the balance that exists, that you're measuring it from. So what we do with market profile is we say, well, this was 1 day or 1 week. It's not a great distribution. So we cut it. And what does it then look like? Well, if this was the first half of the day or the week, it looks like this. And then we have a new profile and it looks like this. And then what value areas do we have? We have good ones. This one and this one. So it's more like what I'm doing over here, right? It's granular. This is daily profiles. We can get even more granular if we want. Versus, you know, that's why I have value area turned off for this thing. Like, what's the usable distribution here? Well, really, if we want to try to use it, and this comes with experience, I think we have about 3 distributions. I would say we have this. We have from there down to here. Then we have a big low usage area, right? Call it single prints. Call it whatever the ICT people call it. And then you have this guy, which is very mushy, not a very prominent point of control, very kind of slowly tapering off. I would call it something like this. I'd almost use the whole thing. So using volume profile, those are kind of the 3 areas that I would look at. Yeah, so I think that's enough on profiles for today. But Bobby got me riled up. Appreciate you, man. Oh, I hear you, over leveraged. You guys got you guys get the magic algorithm, don't you? The machine, you understand it. So this market profile tool, it's not available yet, but it will be within the Apteros community and everything. We'll certainly have a full template for you guys that you can use with this. All right, let's get back to real-time markets here for a moment instead of teaching land. Stop run vulnerability through the highs, which is good for Jeff's position maybe, right? We could certainly run some stops higher. I think that the main bearish inflection is a little higher. Another opportunity for me is if we are able to hold above that 69 area, that could be bullish. All right, so kind of scenario A for me is something like this, right? Scenario B is something like this. And scenario C is we hang out in the chat while the market does that. Maybe we find a trade in gold or something. It's crazy. I'm not going to tell you guys what it is, but you know, I am a student of the markets. I pride myself on that. I am always looking for new patterns and ideas and things that I can exploit in markets, right? Isn't that part of the fun of what we get to do as traders? Is we got about whatever, less than a minute or maybe 1 second till the open. It's 8:29. I found something new and really, really cool. It's using the same Nadro tools that I use. It's nothing new in terms of tools, but I found a new pattern. And again, I'm just going to keep it to myself, but I'm going to talk about it. And all of a sudden, last week changed drastically. And then what's happened so far this week changed drastically. So it just goes to show, you think you found something over, let's say, the past month of data of short-term stuff. And then the market changes, and it's not doing what it was before. It's a tough game. All right, let's merge these guys. Yes. Boom. A little bit of embedded type of levels there. Usually what I'll do is cut this one off and only use the new one. I'm just going to keep them there for display purposes here today. But I'll be focused more on the new merge. But anyway, 67 to 69 in this volatility, it's the same level. So we got a nice lower edge here, and then I'll only be focused on really the upper edge. But they're both usable. All right, are we going for the stop run through the highs? Boom, there it is. We're going to have to adjust our delta scale because this is so huge compared to what's normal. So we can actually see what's going on today. Stalking a potential short scalp. For my AGM students, I'm applying short-term skills. I am looking for the believability of that move, right? The speed, the energy, order flow. The more time we spend up at this high, the less likely the timing is good. Here comes some sellers. Never believed it. I got to set up my hotkeys. I did a fresh reinstall, and I'm still setting everything back up. I do not like trading with the mouse. All right, I assume the high's not in. Famous last words, but oh, I hate when they do this. Got this mushy, terrible looking high, and then that's where the move comes from that I believe is the turn. So it's like, all right, we're going to make me do this, but let's see if we get follow through. No good selling yet to show that yep, that was it. That's really, really nice. Not seeing it yet. Let me see if these hotkeys are working. Nope. Keep in mind, we're trading from a non-ideal trade location. This is more of a scalp rather than you know, one of the main hypos for the session from an ideal trade location. There's certainly some narrative component to what I'm doing here. It's not entirely you know, order flow and price action driven. It's certainly enough for a decent idea. See if we can scale off a third right in front of VWAP. All right, I want to set up my hotkeys if I can. I thought I had set them up. Tools, settings. That's not it. Tools, hotkeys. I've put in what I want. So for order entry, all right, we got scaled, the stop adjusted to the correct quantity. So I have my hotkeys inputted. The question is how do I make them active? I need some Ninja power users here. Is there something like I know in other platforms on something on the chart? And yes, I did accidentally just say something. Something, as my Alabama roots would have me say. Is there something on the chart that enable hotkeys or something like that? That's got to be what we're missing here. Bobby. You're a real enlightening cat, Bobby, and I like that about you. Who can help me? Yeah, just hold that Command Q for me. Trading. Enable hotkeys checkbox. Tools, settings, trading. Oh, really? I was just there. Tools, settings, trading. Use order entry hotkeys. Boom. Thank you, Damon. Appreciate you. Damon is Damon. Yeah, I've had better. Okay. Really, it's just not much to do here now. I love where my stop's at. I don't want to be stopping out above where my stop is. I assume if my stop is hit, then we will trade above those highs. So I'm going to save on costs by having my stop where it is. My spidey sense says, bang out of this thing now. This sucks. But, you know, I think it makes sense to give it a chance to retest where a lot of these highs were kind of clustered. You know, yesterday's low type of area to see if we can start to hold that on a retest, right? It would be more rare for us to just test here like we did, break and just keep going. Obviously, that'd be nice when you're short, but a retest is more normal. So that's something I have to remind myself and say, hey, nothing's broken, all good. I don't see anything crazy so far on the tape. You see the delta is just gently higher. We do have news in 19 minutes, so that'll be a factor. I scratched it. I wanted to test out the hotkeys, so I just scratched it a couple ticks in front of where that stop was. Hotkeys activated. Thanks again, Damon. What's the news in 19 minutes? I don't know. I just remember telling myself, hey, there's news at 9 Central. I don't care what the news is. It's news with enough little stars. I could be wrong. Am I wrong? Let me go recheck. Yeah, consumer confidence sounds right. Yeah, you guys got my back. It's consumer confidence. Right. I don't think this is a pivotal one. Oh, interesting little wick right there. Let's keep in mind what's the price action pattern. This is not what I'm trading. I'm just talking about other views and whatnot. You know, we remember I talked about the wedge, right? So really what's happened is we've broken the wedge, retested it, and then found some buyers to leave that area. I'm, you know, obviously with my short that I took from here, that's going against that, you know, classical charting, because that's not really, you know, that's not what I do, but I'm aware of those things, like subconsciously kind of. So again, I assume that we'll take those highs like this. So stopping out in this region made a whole lot more sense based on how this high looked and the lack of like real narrative behind the trade idea. You know, it wasn't like a super strong trade. It was more of a scalp, as those of you know. Drinking Earl Grey tea this morning. Would have preferred to have had coffee, but I am a lazy piece of crap that has been putting off the descaling that the machine has been warning me about. Hey, you only got 20 uses until descaling, and now I have taken every use I have. It won't make coffee unless I run the descaler. I'm not sure about Taiwanese milk tea, but I did learn to love 50% sweet bubble tea during my time in New York. We actually have that here in Nashville as well. It's good. At first, I didn't like the little tapioca balls in the bottom. I was like, I am not into this. But now, it's good. Yes, it does. It's at the point where you either discale or you don't get anything from me. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a nice one. It's a Miele, Miele. It's good stuff. Oh, I'd love to be short here. 13 minutes till news. It's like, yeah, Jeff, I just like the shorts better from here, man. But yeah, hopefully you got a good scale. What'd you get? 64, 55? Yeah. Oh, unfortunate. We were one little rotate. So that's the thing. So now I trust me, guys, as soon as that quick move came down right there, I would have re-entered. For me, it was, well, we've got this news coming. I'm not just gonna keep reinitiating here, you know, with 10 minutes to go. I kind of wish I would have though, and then maybe flattened out with a couple minutes till news or whatnot. But I've always had a not a love-hate relationship with the news, a hate relationship with the news. Yeah, that was nice. Remember how we talked about how this was a mushy high, not a good turn. Oh man, you're gonna make me get short anyways. Well, they came up and cleaned it out, and that was the real short. So you had your chance on gold if you were trading in the middle of the early evening session on Monday. That was the spot right there in gold. That current low for the week. Stop run below kind of the Sunday, Monday lows. Session lows. And then the breakout pullback of the really good distribution from last week. Beautiful. Rami, the reason I talk about a mushy high or a good high is because of, you listening, Bobby? Market profile. It's concepts of auction market theory That is the whole basis for market profile. And it's real stuff. It's not like we understand what's inside the machine. No, it's real stuff of auction markets, how it works, whether it's an art auction or a car auction or land auction or a market auction. It is an auction process. You have people willing to buy and willing to sell. So it's just a study of what is the auction. So the concept is, if an auction for a product comes up into a higher area than it's been, for example, and it continues to trade there, aka builds volume, builds time profile, whatever, right? Whichever you like to use. Or just look at price action like I did right here. Well, guess what is being told to us here? Trade is being facilitated multiple times over and over at these prices. If the price was so advantageous, then it would look something more like this, or maybe something like this, right? Doesn't mean it has to be like perfect. Markets really don't really move in straight lines. So it gets to a place where markets go higher to do what? Don't even think about, detach your mind right now from stock market, okay? Futures markets. Think about a different market. I love to use a car lot. Prices go higher to find what? To find sellers, to find business, to find sellers in particular. If you need to sell something, no, that's not seller acceptance. If you need to sell something, okay, what do you do to the price to find buyers? Everybody understands that. If you need to sell something, you're motivated to sell something, and you aren't finding buyers, and you need to find buyers, what does the price do? It goes down. It goes down. You lower it. You go lower to find buyers. You raise price to find sellers. That is constantly happening. And if you find a lot of transaction occurring, you build what we call value. And then you form value areas. And then you measure, where are we now relative to recent value? And how is that evolving and changing? And or are we accepting outside of it versus previously being inside of it? This is like a big crash course here today on profiling, which is appropriate because we got the profile stuff launched here today. So hopefully some light bulb moments for some of you in terms of the real practical application of auction market process, the process that is markets of auctioning between buyers and sellers, and what little clues we can look at, which market profile does the most robust, elegant, simplistic version of displaying graphically all that theory behind why markets move up and down and what's going on and where's perceived value and where's that changing. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And so that, for me, became the foundation of my market worldview. And so when I'm even looking at short-term price action and assessing order flow and speed of tape and things like that, that worldview is still something that's forward and present in my mind as I assess the quality of a swing high. Cheers. So what do we think now? Now we're up here for a third time. Not great. Sellers unable to take full advantage of the price action pattern failure. This is just, remember what hypo C was? Let's redraw it. What was hypo C today? It was this, right? We got A, we got B, and we got C. So far, we got C. That's right, Martin. Are we there yet? Yeah, so we'll tie in a couple of comments here. Earlier said, I forgot to answer it. Sorry. Someone asked, Merritt, are you streaming on other places on other days and things like that? And then Manual Trader is saying, sometimes I'm really thinking Merritt is frozen. Haha. I am not a streamer. I've said this before. I'll say it again. I run a proprietary trading desk. I have a dozen traders who trade for me. Should I say it now or should we wait? But obviously, we put the news out yesterday about our good friend Stowe. So we'll talk more about that with him, I'm sure. But anyways, I'm focused on my trading and my desk traders. And that is what I do. Crudele called me up and said, Merritt, we're doing this thing. It's going to be the best in breed, and it is. And I was happy to be a part of it, to let people know about Apteros, the things we're doing, and to have some fun with you guys. And as I've said, it's been a lot of fun. Look who just dropped in.
What's up? Good morning. Good morning, brother.
Morning,
How are
dude.
you?
Top of the morning. Good morning
To you. How's this morning
the hair
treating you so
slicked
far?
back today.
Yeah.
Looking fresh.
Yes. Quick shower.
Love it.
These miles are really really stacking up on me. I had to do 7 this morning. So
You ran 7 miles?
I'm feeling it. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. All my neighborhood moms walking their dogs were giving me the weird looks like, he's still going around again. But yeah.
Wait, so you have like a loop that you do. How many loops is 7 miles?
I got to do 3.5 to get 7 miles. Okay. And
that's not too monotonous. Yeah.
And I got to go down into like the crazy hill part of the plan and then back up. That's the part that kills me. So I'm feeling
here in the Nashville, Franklin area, whatever. It's quite hilly as well. So as someone who has done some cycling pretty seriously, it's brutal.
I'm not getting any younger though, so I got to stay out there if I'm going to keep up with this kid.
Yeah, exactly.
What have you been up to today, man?
Man, I took one short in the S&P from like right here. and I scaled into VWAP, and then I scratched the rest because I didn't like that high, and I didn't want to be the sucker stop. And then I did not re-enter, even though it set up even better, just because we're like, all right, 10 minutes till news.
Yeah.
So that's been my day. That's it. You?
I'm actually gonna close this now in front of this news. Stupid to hold that. I took it one shot here at previous day low and got stopped. And then once we came down, buyers really stepped in here at like 4:30. So got back in, scaled one at 15 points, and then I just took the other one off there at 490. So good start. We'll see. I have personally been burned by this specific news event. So
Really?
I am, yes, I am never, for some reason, like a couple months ago, a consumer confidence caused a velocity logic event. And I got to learn a valuable lesson that day that just because the folder is orange doesn't mean that the market can't skip your stop. And yes. So I got to learn all about that. And so for those reasons, I don't hold into anything anymore. But it looks like it's not too upset. ES has I also made an ES chart. So that's fun.
Nice. Yep.
So ES has this very odd top. We got 4 highs up here at
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
57. So that's never ended badly. I'm surprised we didn't quite run the overnight high in NQ, did we? We just ticked right up below it. Yeah. I don't know. Mostly just chilling.
Yeah. Every time, I don't know if you ever read any with the little one, any Pete the Cat books.
I've got a cat named after Pete the Cat. Yeah.
Anytime someone says just chillin' now at this stage of my life, I immediately think of the just chillin' ice cream truck from the Pete the Cat books.
Dude, Pete the Cat is maybe like number 1 in our house. We have, I mean, we have a black cat that has like stoner eyes too, and his name is Pete.
Well, there you go. Nice.
So we're big Pete the Cat fans.
Nice.
Yep. So yeah, I passed the test, huh?
Let's go.
Man, that was so hard, dude. That was so hard. That was the hardest I've ever had to work on. I think that's some of the hardest trading work I've ever done. And I learned so much switching to ES after we talked in Chicago. And then that also has blown my mind. And now I'm spending a lot of time trading ES, whereas I never did that before. So
and this is there's so much to talk about here, but it's funny because, as you know, last Tuesday I came on the stream, and for the first time since we've started this thing, for the first time for me in a couple of years, it's like I've got ES up. That's what I'm going to trade. I'm not trading NQ. I'm trading ES. I like a couple things about the way it's trading relative to some things I'm seeing in NQ. So it's kind of become now my go-to scalp market. And that's so funny to see you, because you and I weren't trained in this exact same avenues from the same people. It's not like we're both like learned from the same mentor.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we both started finding more success in ES than NQ. I just find that fascinating.
Yep.
But guys, Stowe, so we were at the Chicago NinjaTrader meetup event. Stowe, and we were at a dinner, and he looked me in the eye and said, mark my word, I am passing this thing. I'm going to be on that desk. And I said, let's get after it, buddy. Like big fist pump. Let's do it.
Yep.
And here we are. Yesterday was the day he passed it. And just for those of you who don't know, like the Apteros tryout is not something you can like come into and really YOLO. Like you can't trade a huge number of contracts relative to the risk available to you. It's more like, hey, you have to treat this like it's like realistic, like any reasonable trader would treat risk. And so you have to actually show that you can do it. You can't just really get lucky and like pass it in a day or two. So, and I posted his stats. Go check out the post, and he retweeted it, Stowe did on his page as well. So go check that out on X if you want to see his stats. I don't know if you know much about that stats dashboard or that like performance ratio, but
Yeah, no, talk about that a little bit because I was curious about how that worked.
yeah. So performance ratio is really just it's very, very similar, and we don't have to like get super nerdy on the exact details, but it's very, very similar to expectancy. Okay.
Okay.
Except instead of taking it into like, what do you take expectancy into? Usually dollars. You could take it into ticks in terms of units that you arrive at.
Hmm.
This is just pure, a little bit more raw. What's the combination of your win percent and your average winner to average loser, aka your actualized risk reward, right?
Okay.
And it puts that into a plot, and it shows that over time. And anything over 2 is strong, and your results were like touching 2 at the bottom of your cyclical kind of good
Oh, good.
trades, bad string of trades.
Well, that's good.
Very strong performance.
Oh,
Very,
cool.
very strong. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, honestly, it was like, so I've been thinking about this a lot, been talking about this a lot with my friends. Also, I should mention too, when me, AJ, and Leo were all doing the Painting the Tape podcast, AJ just quit NQ. He was just like, you know what? I'm just an ES guy now. And we all ragged him for, I don't know, I'm still doing it. And so now that I have also discovered that ES is secretly really good to me and really nice to scalp, now I'm in a bunch of trouble because now I'm on AJ's team and I have to live down the
Eat some
years
crow.
of mockery I gave
Yeah.
him. But no, I was talking to Deli about this, but I've also talked to AJ and Leo about it. AJ does Lucid, and he's trying to start that up and do some desk work there too.
Mm-hmm.
And as we get into the idea of like what it's like to be a modern trader, not necessarily, 20 years ago where you had different opportunities to become a trader that don't really exist now. Now that path is different. And, the reality of sim prop companies and being a gateway to being able to trade your own money. I mean, because that's what I did. All the money I've made has basically all come from just sim prop world. And so the transition between like, this is a game to, okay, now I'm just trading is so difficult and weird for so many reasons. And I think a lot of those things kind of came up in the eval too. And because when I was doing the Apteros test, like I'm on the show, obviously we're buds. I said I was taking the tryout, so there's added social pressure there.
Yep.
All kinds of crazy things like that come up. But the thing I've noticed with traders the most is when they get through the evaluation process or they get to the point where they're on a live desk, the problem is that once you're trading your own money, there's no like end, like there's no goal,
And that's a problem. Interesting.
Yes. And because mentally, the way that I've always managed these tryouts or managed, you have to make X amount of money to get a payout, things like that exist in prop world or bucket shop world, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. There's no goal in trading when you're just trading your own money. You're responsible,
but you have to reframe it. There are
exactly.
So I don't know if this is because I came through like physical desk, real prop, like SMB, like walking around with the guys,
Yes.
like real deal kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the goal becomes more, it's kind of crazy. And I'm sure you could talk to different people who came from SMB who would have different opinions. But I think many would agree that the goal becomes to be an excellent risk manager, to become an excellent aggressor when appropriate to be aggressive, right? That's a big deal. A lot of people struggle with not being able to hit something hard when it's really there, when you really see it.
Right.
And so that was kind of like ingrained in me. So I've always thought that, look, targets are a necessary evil of an eval. That's how I
Right.
see them,
Right.
not as a positive thing. I see them as a necessary evil because we have to give people an actual roadmap, something tangible to say, if you can do this, then you get this reward. When you're in this weird state where you no longer have that, as you're describing,
Yeah.
my recommendation is to focus on those type of other things where it's like, I'm a great risk manager. That's my goal. I am really, really great at putting on risk when I'm supposed to put on risk. And I'm really great at not putting on risk when I'm not supposed to put on. It's almost like you control your downside and then you're aggressive where you should be. And the upside takes care of itself rather than like constantly striving for upside goals. So I don't know if
Yeah.
that helps at all or that just
No, that's
doesn't.
pretty good. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's just a constant like self-discovery thing of, once you get to that point, it's like, oh man, now what? Um, and then you realize like, how much money do I actually need? Things like that start to pop up. And yeah, I don't, that's at least what I had to go through.
Yeah,
Um,
man. I've heard you say a couple things about that in the past, and we don't have to get to, we could talk about this over a beer sometime or something instead.
sure.
But like,
We can do both.
yeah, I have a feeling that you and I would disagree on some of that theoretically,
Okay.
right? Like, and now I'm assuming that just based on some hints that you've said about the topic, and is this short setting up again?
It might have been. Yeah. It did
Yeah.
run its overnight high.
I'm gonna have a tight stop little scalp here.
Okay. Yeah, it did. It's still holding the view up from the low though. I'd still rather initiate down here at like 470s.
For long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm still good for now.
So for me, guys, for this scalp, it's like I liked it when we first came up there. I liked it better when we wicked the little high, but it was getting close to the news. Then we've had the news and we're revisiting it too many times. So I'm going to peel some off. That was like, well, I was trying to get a little bit lower there. We'll hang on to more. Because this is a momentum style entry. This is not like I just have an emergency stop in there. That's not my stop. So again, going back to auction market theory, me and Stowe, like we understand these things, and we joke when he came on the stream. Look at this. What did he say? That never ends badly or whatever.
Yeah, right.
Because it's a terrible high, right?
That's
So
bad.
now what happens, guys? They've run stops through those highs, and only then was I interested in reinitiating.
Yeah.
Because the probabilities, based on auction market theory principles and just best practices, said this thing needs a better excess at the high before it's potentially ready. So that's a little inside baseball of kind of waiting for the timing of this moment. Doesn't mean the trade's going to work, but that's that we can never control that.
Yeah. No, good. Yeah, good spot to try now that's at least been taken out. Geezer Trader asks, why is the overnight high important? It's not necessarily important. It's just it's like one of them usually gets run like a majority of the days. So there are two stats that I basically pay attention to every day, and that is an overnight high or low run and an IB high or IB low break after the IB is set. Those are the only two I give credence to consistently. So yeah, I just look at that just like it's got to run one of them. ES has not run either of theirs yet. I track them on both. So
I scratched it as it reversed the momentum there.
yeah, ES is grouchy. It's holding its previous day low now too. It just kind of rejected off of that. I don't know. Did that? Yeah, that big overnight move was some. Trump was going to fire a Fed person. Did he fire somebody?
Or did, I think, yeah.
And then she said, "I'm just going to keep working."
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
I saw that today.
The whole like you can't do that thing.
Yeah, it's just like, well, you can't fire me. So I think I thought that this happened already, but didn't this go to the Supreme Court and they were trying to figure out the legality of like the style of appointment that Fed members are, and if that is fireable for non,
it's a good question for chat. Reasons. You're talking to the wrong guy for that.
No, I mean, same. If I'm ever saying stuff like this out loud, it's just me secretly asking Tracy to explain it to me, please.
Exactly.
Yeah, no problem, Geezer. Of course. Hey, morning, Nick. Good morning. What do we got? What do you got in the chat here? Since I'm not in a trade. Nothing really. Yeah, James, that's not a real. See, that's one of the. Okay, so James says, I think of my prop evaluations as a carnival game. That's not necessarily great, because when you get into, I mean, they're very gamified, especially if you're talking about sim prop stuff. But when you get into the actual real trading world, you're going to need to unlearn a lot of the bad habits that you have created.
Yep.
In generating that income from sim prop firms, and the fewer bad habits you can create, the better off you're going to be, in my opinion. So
I think Crudele made a post about this a couple weeks ago, and he was like, traders need to have a longer term vision. I think was one of the things that I really loved about it. And it's if you structure everything about what you're doing to just like, let's say, chase a payout, you're probably going to build habits that, ironically enough, impede your ability to do this as a career long term. Learn trading in a way that no one can ever take it away from you, that you have that and can use for forever. That's the focus you want to have when you're approaching this. And that does not mean that sim prop as a potential stepping stone or a way to maybe get some funding that you don't have and things like that can't be a great thing, but you want to treat it seriously. There's no room for negotiation on that.
Yep, I agree. And I mean, it was the only way I could have ever raised enough capital to trade by myself. There was really no other opportunity in my life for that. But the goal with trading is not to make money for me. I mean, obviously I have to pay my bills, and, the girls are expensive. They eat food and stuff, that's a big part of what families are up to. They consume food. But the great thing about trading for me is that if I'm good at this, I'm essentially bulletproof. And there is no scenario in the world where my skill set won't be able to generate an income for my family. Like, I can't get laid off. I can't, my company can't close. Things like that. Like, the true independence that trading can give you, like, that's the important thing for me long term to hold on to.
Yep.
Ooh, a little new high for NQ. Ooh.
Oh yeah, so that actually makes me think of that thing I was gonna bring up earlier before I hopped into that scalp.
No, go ahead.
And again, I could be way off base here. I get the sense that you wrestle with I might just say money, right? I might just say like the concept around like how much is how much is enough,
Yeah.
and possibly even how much is too much. I'm not sure if you're one of those guys as well. But that is something that I have seen in a lot of traders and can be something that needs some wrestling with and needs some thinking through. Uh, I am kind of on the other end of the spectrum where I guess almost ironically, it's not about the money. The money is not the thing that I'm trying to do. But I take this stance that if you're not scaling up and if you're not growing and trading larger, that you're not doing it right. And I think that you might disagree with me on that, and that's cool, and that could be a cool conversation, or maybe you don't disagree.
I think that no, I don't disagree. It's just like in anything. The thing that it makes me think about the most is poker, because I used to. I mean, there was a whole year where I was just playing poker for money, and that's how I paid my bills. Was I would go sit at the casino and hit cash games all day and then go home. I don't recommend anybody ever do that. It's not a very fun way
It's
to
a
live.
grind of a life. Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks.
I used to, not IRL, but multi-table, like back in the party poker days and
Yep.
like that stuff
Yep.
till like 3 a.m. You know, like, man, what a grind.
Yes. Yeah, you have to sit through variance, and variance has no timetable, and it will just grind you into the ground. Also, a casino is not a very healthy place to spend your time.
Yeah.
But
Cigarette
anyway,
smoke. Yeah.
I would play 1-3 typically, and then I moved up to 2-5. And every time I tried to make the jump to 2-5, I would get hit with weird roadblocks because the bet sizing didn't make sense to me anymore. You know, the quantity of money didn't make sense to me anymore. My pain threshold for losing money is something that like has evolved over time. And I mean, you can say losing. I know Pax hates when I say losing money, but my threshold for expenses, you know, increases over time. And I don't know. It's just something that I think gradually took me years to develop, like playing poker, where I was able to get up there and instead of leading with a $15 or $25 bet, you have to lead with a $55 or a $75 bet. And just calculating that math and calculating those losses and making them hurt less emotionally.
What you can
and
do in
internally.
poker and what guys actually do, and what you can do, this is an exact parallel. Almost everything that has come out of Stowe's mouth the past 5 minutes is an exact parallel to trading. Poker players end up focusing on things in units of big blinds.
Yep.
Traders, if you're doing it in a way that I think is appropriate, where you're taking consistent risk per trade, you're focusing on what's called an R value. Your like targeted dollar risk per trade. And if you have a winning trade, you might have a winning trade that's 2.7 R. Losing trade, they should all either be -1 R or less, right? If you end up with a scale and a scratch or something. So thinking in terms of units that are not dollars is a unlocker, an emotional, psychological unlocker to scale and to play in those bigger arenas where you can go back to kind of your thinking model of big bets in poker or units of R in trading.
Yep. Yeah, in tournament poker they call it M, which is like if you have 10 M, then you can survive 10 trips around the table, you know.
Okay.
That was when I was doing heavy tournament stuff, which is a freaking nightmare. That was the worst year ever. Because the variance is so bad. Like a 10% win rate in tournament poker is okay.
Yeah.
So you got to be used to losing 90% of the time. But
that's a hand win rate?
No, like like you cash 10% of the time and you're doing a good job.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, you got to be willing to get knocked out constantly, and waste a ton of time. So that's why I primarily gravitated towards cash games when I had to do it to pay the bills. It made a lot more sense to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, same. That's why I don't have money on my screen. The only person I know that can do it is XY, and not have it mess with his brain. he uses it as a skill. He uses it as an asset. He's like, I need to have money on my screen. That's how I keep, myself in line. That's how I, scale my my stop loss
Interesting.
up. And he doesn't approach it from a place of fear, which is what I've always seen, myself and other traders kind of, they see the dollar signs start to show up and they get freaked out. He's just cool, stone cold killer with it. And he's just like, yep, I just need to see that math. So I know where I'm at and I know when I can leave the desk and go do something else.
Yeah. Yeah. There is a lot of truth to that. Like, if you're only focusing on units of R, and you might, let's say you might even make a mistake with a calculation, or you're only focused on seeing kind of like points per contract, not even like total points multiplied by your contracts, you can lose sight of things from a risk management perspective. If
Yep.
I'm losing on the session, one thing that I will do is I will go glance at the dollar amount, because I just need to know. I usually have a pretty good guesstimate as to where I'm at,
Mhm.
but I need to know what that number is, just because it's just very easy to track. Okay, DLL type of situation, you just step away.
Yep.
Man, some great conversations here, guys. This is like
Yeah.
really practical takeaway advice from a couple guys who have seen a thing or two.
From the streets. The best part about spending every day in a casino, though, is if you're having a bad day, chances are high that there's somebody around you that is having a worse day than you're having if you're sitting in a casino. So that was my that was my other thing. I also really love just watching people and meeting strangers and seeing what they're up to. And there's hardly a better place to do that than in a ground in a casino in real life.
That is funny.
Hey, Splug, what's up, brother? Splug told me today that we have finally convinced him to look at leg-to-leg delta profiles, so that's cool.
Nice.
Splug says, I think having money forces you to think of your trade in terms of what I need dollar-wise to hit a price target. When you think of points, it makes you think of risk to reward. Yeah, exactly. It's much too easy to chase if you stare at money. And then the other thing that will happen too, if you've got money up on your screen and you're losing, this is a habit that I had years ago that all habits tend to flare back up. So this is one of my ticks that I'm always working through. If I'm losing, like if I'm down $1,000, all of a sudden I begin to structure the way I'm seeing the day as, okay, if I can get this many points out of the day somehow, then I can get my $1,000 back.
That's right.
So instead of looking,
which is a form of revenge trading, even if you're not like super tilted, it's you're going away from market generated information to my little world. What matters, like, what was my average price? What is my P&L for the session? Like, those things are not a part of your process for making a trade decision unless you're crossing risk thresholds.
Yep.
Period. So that's absolutely, man.
I'll throw away, like, my whole thing is I try to get 30 points. I'm looking at 60-point rotations. I want to get half. That's my, that's my core. That's my bread and butter. Occasionally I'll catch a runner if the day type sets up, but I mean 30 points is what I'm looking at. But if I'm down $1,000, all of a sudden the whole entire way that I've taught myself how to trade is out of my brain, and all of a sudden I'm looking at something else.
How can I recoup this?
How can I get this $1,000 back? Yes.
Yep.
And that's just, I mean, I still struggle with that all the time. And so you never really get out of that.
I kind of believe the Mark Douglas philosophy around like these, like, let's call them belief systems. You never actually kill one. It's like impossible to truly just, not Mission Impossible. Never mind. I can't think of the movie where they zap people's eyes so they can't remember what just happened.
Men in Black.
Men in Black. Oh my gosh.
I got you, brother.
You can't Men in Black it away, but what you do is you apply energy to a new kind of mental pathway over and over and over enough to where it becomes stronger. It becomes the default, the go-to. It doesn't mean that you'll never kind of say, hey, there's that old pathway,
Yeah.
because you do, and I do, and Stowe does. And that's important for you guys to hear at home. A lot of times people have this idea of what is a CPT? Oh, grass is greener. It's all rainbows and sunshine. Nothing's ever difficult. You've just mastered everything about your psychology and yourself and markets. And no, it's a mess, right?
Yep.
We just have rewired some belief systems, and we have a method with edge, and we handle our business in terms of taking care of risk. And then we're just out here rolling the dice, seeing which trade randomly of the next one is going to be a winner or a cost.
Yep. Now we got some questions. Let me go through. Piesh. I'm gonna make those videos and all this. That should be up in the next couple weeks. We'll have some announcements about some stuff that we're doing with educational things from XY2, Nick, Leo's playbook finally is gonna have a nice home. So yeah, you'll see it. Don't worry. HK says, how do you guys manage focus, concentration for long hours in terms of self-awareness, resetting, and not overstaying too long at screens? What do you think, Merritt?
I'm just going to be brutally honest with you, man. And this is not me trying to pat my own back here. I'm just an absolute psycho when it comes to locking in. Like, I forget to eat. I don't take care of myself. I'm just an absolute animal, and I just won't move for hours and hours and hours. And that's just the way that I operate. I've been that way since I was a child. I got a little tism in me or whatever, but like,
oh yeah, it's hard not to have.
I can't
you're doing
speak
this
to that from a more of a normie perspective, unfortunately.
Yep.
I don't know how someone who like is more scatterbrained and gets distracted. I've never had to read those self-help books. I've got a whole bookshelf full of the others.
Yep. No, for me, it's like my brain is the most comfortable when it's processing a lot of things at the same time. So like that's why I love this so much. And that's also, I think, why order flow trading gravitates to me so well personally, is because it is a lot of inputs to interpret. It's kind of like a puzzle that's constantly evolving, and like the pieces are changing while you're putting it together. So that's just what I just like it. It actually is to my detriment sometimes, and I have to force myself to, get off the desk. Do you think, like, if I don't have a show, then Wednesdays is usually my day. I'm not doing anything. I try not to do any market stuff at all on Wednesdays. I'll trade the open by myself, but just kind of relax. And because it's weird that we don't really get to trade alone anymore. So I like to do that. On Wednesday, I trade the open by myself. And then I just find something cool to do. Like, I gotta get the Prius's oil change tomorrow. I gotta, go to Target, just do some dad stuff, and just try to chill and get out into the world, away from all the flashing lights.
My personal life is a mess right now. My car plates are expired. I don't have the real ID.
Okay.
I have so many trips to the DMV that I'm like just pushing off. But I can't even descale my damn coffee machine. I can't even make coffee this morning. I am down bad.
That's pretty fun. Trader Sam, you should check out the Prius and Target. You should use both those words all the time. They're very, very affordable. I'm excited. My Target's getting the grocery upgrade right now. We're gonna get fresh produce soon, so that's gonna save.
Someone local, or like.
Well, they have Targets that have a grocery store inside, and then they have we also have fruit and produce Targets. That's like the cool Target.
Yeah.
So our Target is turning into the cool Target. I doubt it's local.
Gotcha. Nice. Nice. So that'll be where you do grocery shopping.
I hope so.
Nice. It's funny when you travel around the different, like what's the go-to grocery store, right? Like you go to places and I'd never heard of them before. It's like, was it Maynard's or something like that? Or like you've got
Oh
these,
yeah. Well, they
kind
have
of
a cool one in Florida called Publix. That thing has really good sandwiches. Everybody knows about the pub sub if you're from Florida.
Nashville. It's Publix here. That's
You got
where we
Publix
get our
too? Oh,
groceries. Yeah,
sick.
yeah.
Okay. So you know about the pub sub.
I had one a couple days ago.
Nice, nice. Where'd that question go? Somebody asked me about the 60-point rotation. Chat's going fast. How many likes we got? You better pump those likes.
Guys, these are rookie numbers. We've got to pump these likes.
Rookie numbers. Oh,
Stowe and
JM
I have
asked
been
me.
just putting it on the line here this morning.
I gotta pump those
Give
numbers
a
up.
brother
Those are
a
rookie
thumb.
numbers.
Yeah, the 60-point rotation is no, that's not for multiple instruments. That just happens to be NQs. There is a rotation study that is an OFL thing. It's based on some fractal stuff that calculates it for me. Right now it's at 76. I just find that 60 on average in the current, it's just a feel thing. At the moment, with the exception of the other day when Jay Powell did his Jackson Hole speech and we had like a giant huge candle. With the exception of that day, it's kind of sitting in 60 points. I see my number is up to 76 now, probably from that last day. So ES is 10 for me right now. Although it just ticked up to 11 on its average. So the range, the rotation size and range sizes are going up as we get into the fall. So that's good for us.
Does anybody know why my fills would not show when I turned the fills on?
Sometimes you just got to reset it. Sometimes it just needs to think about its feelings a little bit. The data series does. Like sometimes if I switch the account wrong, then the fills don't show up until I've restarted that instance.
Okay.
We might have XY's little dead body guy showing up here.
Wait, what's that?
It's this. Well, I mean, I'll let him tell me I explained this wrong later when I talk to him on Tuesday. But what I think it is we're starting an uptrend here, kind of, and we're getting to this two-way up here, passive selling and passive buying. If this passive buying goes away, then it doesn't look like it's going to at the moment. But if this selling is rewarded here and these passive buyers lose and they trap all this inventory up here, then a short off of this this 530 area would be that setup. We'll see. I'm not going to take it because I'm still trying to understand that stuff. Plus, this is not in my playbook, but
The relative volume today is atrocious.
yeah.
I
It's
just
usually good for
glanced at
me.
a 3-minute chart of the S&P. It looks like a zipper. I just but yeah, I think a lot of times both Stowe and myself, we come in swinging. Like we come in, we're taking trades, we're stopping, we're re-entering. Look at the light activity from us today, and please use that as a good lesson for you guys at home of like, what are the conditions? What is the opportunity set? Like how active should we be? Like we were talking about on moving from, eval space with targets into like real trading. And one of the things I was talking about was know when you need to press it hard and know when not to. And that's kind of like your job every day. And my job right now is to wait for something to show up that's much better than what we're currently seeing.
Yeah.
And we also have not yet interacted with my main inflection level for the day. So I'm looking at 69 in the S&P. 67 to 69 or 67 to 69. That's going to be where I'm really interested. I'll short on tests below it. I'll get long if we start holding above it.
I'd like to see this overnight high get retested, but it might get in right now. We're going to see. I'm watching this 520 spot here. Let's see if we can get a reaction. Let's see.
ES still hasn't even taken out its overnight high.
Yep. ES is kind of back in the middle of nowhere, though. So I'll try. Got some bid. Got some bid flashing. What do you want? What do you want, Mr. Bid? You trying to do it or no?
Where'd my
Offer kind of stacked right back on it. So.
Oh dear.
Let's see. Huh?
Yeah, I would agree. NQ mushy high. I'm going to restart the platform real quick.
56, 64. What time is it? 10:40. Okay. We got a big push, but offer stepped back in. Right off that 530 spot. So if this gives out here, then this is going to be XY's setup. Again, don't take my word for it, chat. I will ask him again later. We're on stream together. I'm constantly trying to figure out that dude's setup. So, and make sure and see if I understand it. The way that he price action and is really interesting to me, and I've learned a lot from him. So that's my only problem is I don't really like where ES is in relation to this.
Yeah, NQ's a contender here.
Gotta want it. Gotta want it, buyers.
I just banged in some NQ as well.
Okay. Entry kind of sucks. I'm kind of hating this now. We'll see. We'll see. Either way. ES came down and again held its previous day low. It just hit its RTH VWAP previous day close. I guess that's a decent spot. Really trying. There you go. All right. Good. I almost took one off. I almost de-risked right there, but I'm glad that I did not. Okay. Now we'll go up and we'll see if we can crack the IB. I'll tuck this stop under here. Cool. No, vintage trader, I'm long. Let's see. This is kind of. Let me pull up. Do you guys want to see Merritt? Do you want to see the ugly chart? Will that make you happy? Or sad?
I'm long 5 NQ here, looking to get scaled into this kind of like +2 region and potentially the high. But yeah, let's see the ugly chart.
All right, here she is, baby. Look at this disgusting.
I don't find it ugly. I love it. I love it.
Thank you. Thanks.
I'm
Merritt.
some people are really against some of those like desaturated goldenrods. I tend to like them.
Oh, that's funny. Well, we're right smack dab.
Okay, let's push this high and let's get scaled.
There we go.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
I don't know
that's
what
a
that
buyer.
was, but I'm taking off 2. I actually wish it wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, that was too rude.
Honestly, I hate when it does that because then all of a sudden you get this weird like liquidity vacuum backfill thing like it's doing. I hate those things. Let's just trade methodically. Welcome back to NQ, it says.
All right. Yes. Let me see. All right. We're right in the middle of. Where's my guy? There's my guy. Yeah, so we're right in the middle of, what day is today? Tuesday? Nah, I'm not really ready to use this weekly band yet, but I guess the upper is 565, and then we are smack dab in the middle of the monthly. After traversing the whole way down to the bottom, and that thing is a nice big bracket. So that's cool.
But on the monthly, we tried to hold into prior value, and then this little bitty small bracketing area that is a breakout and retest and go from the prior value. On the month.
Yeah, where is that? Previous month.
It's 890.
Yep. Okay.
I'm sorry, that's the quarterly. It's 431.
Okay.
23,431. So yeah, short term, I don't love that we blipped, if you guys were watching that in real time, blipped into those highs and immediately sucked back.
Yeah.
Bigger picture, NQ is holding into a nice 2-day balance distribution from the past 2 days. And that puts targets on board up at 620s. And then, by the way, the high of that profile is poor, up into the 640s, 650s plus. But short term, really hate to see the seller stepping in after that blip to barely take out those little crappy highs from the past swing. But that, as a trader, you have to compartmentalize short-term information versus what's the trade idea, how might some of these other things impact it. Unless you're a pure order flow scalper, then that is your worldview, that is your everything. But if you put together a trade thesis, use the short-term tools for timing, for maybe scale outs, scratches, if you have allow yourself to do that. But
I
then
added at 4:30 there. Sorry, I just wanted to.
You added? Nice.
Added 5:30. Sorry.
I was about to say, I wish I added at 4:30 at 2 a.m. Yeah, nice.
All right, I'll take those 10 points there. So we're back down to 1. We'll move this stop up in here now. If that's going to be a lower high, let it be. Or we'll just rotate back into value. This day was trying to trick me into a bounce day earlier, Merritt. It was tricking me. I was fairly convinced this was just going to be 520 to 450 all day, but it looks like it's trying to party. How far does ES have to get to its overnight high? I guess, yeah, still like 6 points, 7 points. Okay, we got room. All right, let me find. Okay, sorry, chat. We've been neglecting the chat. Oh, also, Tracy answered my question a million years ago. Let me go back and grab that about. Okay, there is no Supreme Court ruling that conclusively states a Fed board member can be fired at will. That said, other board members can be fired. Okay. Other executive board members at the Fed. Okay, got it. Oh, Bobby says
Is
we're
there a
getting.
general non-partisan, non-biased view of like, is she really good at her job or really bad at her job, like on one of the two extremes? Is there like a consensus on that?
I have no idea.
I'd never heard of her before, yesterday. I don't follow this stuff.
Yeah, I think that the beef was that she did some weird mortgage stuff, but like, yeah, I don't have the slightest clue what these people are up to, Merritt.
Well, if you'd get us the trading cards, we might have
I know,
a better
I know.
insight into some of these things, Stowe.
I was working on passing that that eval instead.
That's right. Let's go. Yeah, it's just, it's a low energy day, man. Relative volume sucks. It's hard for this thing to say, yeah, let's trend, let's rip. It requires energy for that to happen.
Tracy said she committed mortgage fraud, as in she claimed 2 homes as her primary residence. Who doesn't do that? Just kidding. Just kidding, FBI. Just kidding. I only have 1 house, and I live here all the time. Man, Trump's really throwing some stones from a glass house on that a little bit, don't you think? That seems like a minor infraction. Just yeah. See, Nick's got 2 houses. We've all got 2 houses.
So she wasn't categorizing a payment properly.
Yeah. U.S. Earthling asks, any ideas for Nvidia earnings prep? I don't know about Merritt, but I don't look at any singular stock for any reason like that. Just not something that I care to see. My game involves 2 things, ES and NQ, and I occasionally look at a Dow chart when I'm feeling fun. Nice. I made the chat get all political. This is great. You took the bait, chat. Congratulations.
Guys, I just wanted to know if there was a non-biased consensus. I don't care what she claims on her tax or what she did on the property. I want to know, is there a general consensus from anyone who is in the know? Is she good at her job or not? That's all I care about.
Oh, that's funny. Love it. That's good for the YouTube algo.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, wow, we've got a lot of comments today.
I feel like it wants to push back down to 518 kind of area. So
Yep. I mean, I feel like we're at the inflection point up here for sure. It's either going to cruise back down into this big giant value they made down here, or we're going to go higher. Also, yeah, the 5-day point of control is at 550 though. So I don't know how much more I'm really expecting out of this. And personally, I've been trying to take out this 620 guy for 3 days now, and he is winning because we are much lower still. So yeah.
623.50 to 654. That's my upside view on NQ here.
Yep. Yeah, it's like a brick wall up there. I
I
mean,
know.
dude,
Well,
I
it's
spent way
just
too long
so
on it on Friday.
it's not even like a strong wall. Oh, you mean up in the 620s? I
Yeah,
gotcha. I haven't been looking at NQ, so I was unaware.
freaking nightmare up there on Friday. Same thing happened at the end of the day yesterday too, which was kind of odd. It was just like very grindy afternoon selling again. That happened Friday too. After a really big trend, caught me off guard. So that's some market changing that I've been thinking about.
Looks like there's been a passive seller in ES off the low, but the buyers are trying. The buyers are trying. We can say that for sure.
Yep. I'm watching this conversation about this lady committing this fraud. It's funny.
Oh, I forgot. I'm the one that asked the question, and I haven't even looked at the chat in 10 minutes.
Well, so there's this show on Netflix that is relatively new, and it's all about like the history of the stock market. It's not great. Like, I don't recommend anybody watch it, but I watch all that crap just because it's extremely interesting to me. And it's going through like the beginning of JP Morgan and the transition from JP Morgan's dad's business to his business, and how he's much more of like an aggressive renegade, and some of the things he did like during the Civil War. It's really awesome. But one of the main ways that he got his initial footing into any market was he basically bought a bunch of defective rifles and then fixed them and then sold them back to the government for like a 10x markup. And and it was this like, and the population was outraged at this, and went to great lengths to villainize him for this thing. And it got into this whole thing where there used to be this bankers, like if you were a banker, you had a code of ethics that was unmatched by anybody, because back then everything was your word is your bond. You can't you can't mess around at all. So that's what the chat is basically saying. This lady knew much better than to declare that, because as a mortgage banker, she knows you can only live in one house at a time.
Gotcha. It's not like if you or me checked the wrong box on some form. It's a little more.
Yeah.
This is your world. Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, because we can't be trusted to do that stuff. I mean, I let my inspection go for like 6 months because I had no idea what was going on, Merritt. I know exactly where you're at with your plates. Because I wake up and look at the market. If somebody wanted to ask me like what price range should NQ trade that day, I would know. But when do my plates expire? I don't know that part.
I do love his middle name. I don't know who knows what the JP stands for.
It's it's Perseus, or it's something insane. What is it? I can't remember.
Pierpont.
Pierpont, that's it. Yeah. Yes.
James Pierpont Morgan. I mean, that is, you got to spit a little bit when you say it. You're like, Pierpont.
Pierpont. Hey, the manual trader knew it. That's what it is, Dr. Steve. Titans of Wall Street. Yeah. So it's not a Netflix one. It just happens to finally be on Netflix. So yeah, it's Titans of Wall Street. My wife is like, "Why are you watching this? This is like something they would show in like 9th grade when you had a substitute teacher." And I'm like, fair enough. That's what happens when you get old, though. You just get into like weird Civil War documentaries and strange stuff like that. It's fun.
And the volume slowly creeps up.
Yep. Yes, it does. Subtitles on everything.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, dude, this is about as sloppy as it gets.
Yeah. They're finally gonna take me out here.
Yeah, here comes the rug pull.
Yep. All right. Well, we took a shot. Now we've got another stat checked off here, though. IB highs broke in. Let's see. We got this 11 o'clock turn right now, so we'll see. We'll see what we can get. Do. What's Robot Jim have for us? Anything good? Oh, also, happy birthday, Nick. It's Nick's birthday today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Nick and Jim are birthday buds, so that's cool.
Wait, it's Jim's birthday today?
It was Jim's birthday yesterday.
Oh.
And boy, did he hate the attention he got from it. It was great. Glorious.
Happy belated, Jim. I didn't know that, buddy. Enough with the birthday.
That is literally what he was up to.
I'm just trying to give an edge report.
It was great. It was so good.
He starts punching monitors. Everyone's like, whoa.
Chill guy, it's your birthday too? For real? Well, happy birthday, chill guy. All right, there's 11 o'clock.
We should have both gotten like guitars and came on stream and done like a happy birthday, Jim kind of thing. That would have been sick.
I think there was. No, it's not in here. My kid had the ukulele in here yesterday.
Nice.
That thing's hilarious. It's much better. It's much better for her to walk around and play that thing, though. I'll tune it to just open so it doesn't sound like the world's worst at anything when she's jamming it. Yeah, it's very, very good.
For us here, it's a little mandolin that is their little guitar.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
that's cool. If you haven't looked at them before, look at this. There's this company called man, what is it? It's like Vlug. I can't remember, but they're like there are specific guitars just for kids, and they make an electric one that has a speaker in the body.
Oh, nice.
And perfect for toddler size. So like 4 to 6, and it's 3 strings, but they come with like flashcards, and they can start learning like very simple chords. And
nice.
Yeah, she loves that thing. She gets into those rock star vibes.
That's fun.
Lug, that's it. My Serona. Thank you. Lug.
All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, last year when my oldest was 3, you would really get a kick out of walking into our den on a Tuesday night. He'd be like, we're like, all right, buddy, what do you want to listen to? Or what do you want to play? And he's got like a little microphone and he's like singing along and stuff. He's like, he would say one of the following. He'd be like, Bob Seger. Or he would say,
awesome.
Tom Petty. Or Leonard Skinner.
Oh, that's so cool.
He's kind of into the Eagles right now. He likes the Eagles.
You're lucky, dude. It's just Taylor Swift and Rihanna over here. That's all.
That is brutal.
What my life has become. There's nothing I can do about it. And I have to admit, this one's kind of cool and it's growing on me. That K-pop Demon Hunters movie. Yeah, she jams all those songs. So I have to listen to all those K-pop songs at least once a day. But they're really catchy. They've grown on me.
Yeah.
I have to admit.
Do you know for the thing what he's really going around singing right now is the Spidey and His Amazing Friends theme song.
Yeah, that's Fall Out Boy.
Exactly. I was about to say it's actually in your like genre, so you probably think it's a great song. It is a great song.
Yep. Yeah, Patrick Stump. I'm pretty sure it's Fall Out Boy, but yeah, that's a good.
It's either that or a Fall Out Boy inspired, impersonator. It's
Yeah.
absolutely.
See, Sav likes it. Okay, I knew Sav would be down with K-pop Demon Hunters. Golden is a banger. See, everybody likes this. Everybody likes those songs.
I've never heard of it. I'll have to check it out.
Steve's first concert was Skinnerd and ZZ Top. That's insane.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
What was your first concert, Merritt? Do you remember?
This might rile up the chat.
All right.
Like first concert as like I'm old enough to get the ticket and go on my own, not like, with my family growing up or something, was Coldplay.
Oh, okay.
And it, people love to hate on Coldplay, but man, what a show. Have you ever seen them?
I'm sure it was awesome. No. I've never seen them, but yeah, I would never hate on Coldplay. I'm sure they put on an insane show. My first concert as a kid was Kansas and ELO. That was my first show I ever went to. My dad took me to that when I was little in
Nice.
Buffalo. Yep.
My first true show then, if we're going to go when we're little.
Yeah. Little.
It was BB King at the Alabama Theater in Birmingham.
Whoa,
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
All right, chat. Yeah, give us all your first shows. We got a Metallica, Boingo Boingo. Okay, Fred.
Chili Peppers, nice. James Taylor in 72.
I forgot what this bid's trying to do here.
Little Oasis, little Wonderwall.
That's so sick. My neighbors went all the way to London to see that. They were like, "Can you check? Can you watch for our packages? We're going on vacation." I was like, "What are you doing?" That's like, cool. We're going to see Oasis. I was like, "Oh, that sounds like what I want to do." That's not fair at all.
Weezer. I love some Weezer.
Me too.
Well, why are we back at the low? Not a good low. It's like I've known for quite some time that short term this is not good, but my trade thesis is still like it's still good. We're still holding the break from the range we were in today. We're still holding this return pullback back into the 2-day CVA. We're still imbalanced up on the ETH.
Yeah.
RTH is kind of resting at the 0.5, the plus 0.5. But ETH is still perfectly holding. Delta has gone positive, and although it's gone sideways since it went positive, it is holding. And so that's why I'm still in this pathetic little trade.
Yeah. I want to get back in. But I've wanted to get back in 9,000 times down here at this 520 spot. But I don't know. I got stopped on that last ad. I guess I'd like to see this get into 510 and then reclaim. Like this sucks.
I agree. And that's the predicament I'm in right now, because I see that too.
Yeah.
I just don't want to be too cute with it and like try to scratch before, I want to, and try to maybe go for the reentry. So I've already scaled, 2/5. So
The thing, yes, this is an NQ problem, I believe, because when NQ is too clean, it gets in your head and you're like, this is suspect. This is way too clean for NQ. It can't just go down and tick this 515 spot perfectly and bounce. Yeah. But then sometimes it does that also. So this is more of an NQ problem for me. Nice. What's up, Jim? Good morning, brother. He says, I've partied at Ripon College in the 80s. I bet you have, Jim. I bet you have.
All right, here's what we were looking
go.
for. What you bobbing to over there?
I got Wu-Tang on today. Got to be careful not to sing it into the microphone. It's my only only thing I'm working on. But yeah, I got. Sometimes I'll get down. I'll get down a hip hop rabbit hole, and so today we're gonna start with Wu-Tang, and then we're gonna cruise over to Black Star. Get it all going. Look at this seller up here, though. Stack. What is this guy up to? This is some interesting games on the Dom. Some guy flashing like 60. Now they're pulling them all up here. I got in two. I'm at two at 518. So
I was just about to say I'm stalking an ad if they start to lift it out of here. So I'm seeing what you're seeing. Right there is where I like it. So we'll get back into the original size.
got to get back above this overnight low, please, or overnight high. There you go. There you go. Stack them up. Yeah, very weird Dom. Just out of nowhere. Just like like about every tick and a half, there is 10 to 20 lots on the offer, which is strange to just populate out of nowhere. I guess it's 11:10.
I'm out of the ad.
Yeah, definitely doing some wiggly things.
Some kind of finagling's going on. I don't look at the Dom. I don't know what's going on there, but
You feel it though.
Something's a little squirrely right there.
Yeah.
I'll put it back on if they start to lift it above this kind of 22 area. Right there. And then they just bring it back into the middle of it again.
Yeah, there's something's going on here at the 520 spot. ES did make a better, it at least ran down to 64.52 there. It had kind of not pulled back to the other side of its value yet, so that encourages me with this trade still, but I don't know. Like you said, I'm with the RTH bands, like we're below the +1. I don't know how much more I can expect out of this, and the slope is turning down on it too. So
I'm scratching the whole thing right there.
-255. It was probably that. Very rude guy on ES. There was like 500 lots at 58, 64.58 that as soon as he went on, the price started to, get freaked out and go lower, and then he just pulled off. So now
I hopped back in there.
Now they're
same,
seemingly happy
same
again.
exact type thing. Yeah. From the same kind of price that I've tried it a couple times from.
$11.15.
A little momentum add here. Probably ill-advised.
Nope, I think you're all right. There we go. Yep. That's tricky. She's a tricky one.
All right, so RTH +1 is our frenemy here.
Yes. Yes, we need back inside this guy. But I'm glad, I'm happy with this. This is what we wanted. Spend a couple pokes below those lows.
Yep.
Buyer's still there.
Yep. And they
I
have responded on this bar, right? I added right before they started to absolutely pile in.
Yeah. I like yeah, I got my scale at 530, so I'm happy with that. Not really enough volume or anything to try to be a superhero today. Anyway.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, Merritt, why are you momentum adding right now, you idiot?
I mean, it gets yeah. This is I mean, that's also a problem with watching order flow too much is if you really stare at it all the time, you can find, you can find a trade anywhere.
Find a trade every 10 seconds. Absolutely.
Serve you up as a question. Stowe, are your brackets more or less set? Yeah. So I have it set to if both positions fill on a 2-lot bracket, my risk to reward is 1 to 1.7, or it's a profit factor of 1.75 on both. But I do move those around. So like it starts off with a 15-point stop loss, and then I'll tuck it in. So like I just moved, it was down here, just tucked it in under these candles. And then I use discretion for my targets. So this was 13 points here at this first shot. And then if the whole trade idea is that if we're going to go higher, we're going to get above the IB and go higher. Or if this comes down and fails again, then I assume we're just going to at least rotate down to the other side of value. Or a touch view op itself. There's tons of stuff. Like this is aggressive up here. These ads. Probably a little more aggressive than, yeah, see, now it's coming back down. When the view op bands work against me, Merritt.
Mm-hmm. We've called the every little what was gonna be every spot there. Unfortunately, none of it was really conducive to making much money.
Yeah.
I came out of like 5 of the 7 above where I was in from because I did not like what I was seeing, and then I scratched the rest as it started to continue to come down. Yeah, I thought that was it right there, though. We just had to get through that +1 on the RTH.
Yep. But no, serve you up to answer your question. Yeah, I just I try to make sure that it's all based on at least some sort of trade idea in the moment. So that trade idea is pay for the trade, make a little money, get one off at 530. If we can get through that 530 spot, then we can go higher and be above the IB. Or if we come back and tick me out, could still go, But either way, I've at least made, I'm at 5 points off of that with tucking my stop under. Just trying to make sure that I'm not bleeding with those ads, because that's also very easy to do. Sounds like the chat's short. You know what that means?
Pump it.
Pump it. Yeah.
Well, dude, I didn't even realize it was freaking 20 minutes past my time schedule. We were just sitting there just going to work together, as we will continue to do.
Yes, sir.
On the desk, baby.
It sounds good.
I love it, man.
All right, hit me up. We'll talk
honestly,
soon.
Though, personally, like I really, really mean it. Like, I'm honored to have you be a part of at the Apteros desk, and just so happy for you for the success that you're seeing. And like I said in my tweet, and I mean it, I feel like my job is simply to help you in any small, trivial way that I can to be your best trader. That's all that I'm here to do for you, and just let you fly, man. And then we'll both make money.
Well, thanks so much, man. Yeah, it's cool. I can't wait to see where this goes. And yeah, I appreciate you so much.
Awesome. Chat,
Awesome.
It's been a pleasure. Quiet day, not much to show for it. We'll get them next time.
We talked about cool stuff. That's all that matters.
We did. A lot of important stuff. Yeah. Take care, y'all. See you.
All right, brother. I'll see you next time.
See you, man.
Buddy, all up in your face. Do you guys like hip hop? You guys hip hop guys? You like Trap Called Quest? Yeah, that's an unfortunate tick out right there. 511. I'm still going to chill, though. Five Diggy. That's right, Throne Shop. You know. Wu-Tang. Nice. Slow down. Left my wallet in El Segundo. With the mic in the hand. So let's go over to this ES chart for a second. This is what ES is doing at the same time. Let's talk about some ES. So for my ES chart that I just built yesterday, I am looking at a 3,000 volume chart. I need to do a little work on my Delta map candles to make sure that they're lining up as good as they should be. I think they're a little weird. But yeah, it was pretty much the same theory on both of them today. See if this, yeah, the London OR held well. We have not run an overnight high or an overnight low yet. And I have my Delta volume profile set to reset every 10 points. Now, this is all experimenting. I don't know if these are all going to stick or if we're going to be adjusting these settings, but this was a much better pullback on ES than we got in NQ. NQ is a lot stronger, and I can show you that now. Flipping back. So this is NQ. NQ's OR mid is all the way down here at 490. And ES was just ticking off its 24-hour view up and OR mid down here at 64.52. I have this 64.51 as a high time frame balance area level. So this is good that this is being supportive now as it was resistance overnight. You can kind of see over here. For those high time frame balance areas, I'm not ever caring about like to the tick. I'm just kind of like ballpark a zone. Because remember, I still need to see some order flow in order to enter the trade anyway. So if I think about it more as a zone and less of a level to the tick, then there's less anticipation for the actual level itself. And I can kind of just more focus in on like, okay, this is a time when I need to really get in the zone and pay attention to the DOM. That's all I'm really looking for with that. JP, it's a lot. I mean, I'm still experimenting with it, but ES is a bigger market than NQ. So you have to remember, like, this is the amount of volume in ES that's, making NQ look similar. And it's the volume per candle is all about the flow for me. And I mean, you can kind of look, if you look real fast, kind of take a mental picture of that. Mental picture of this. Similar vibes. I might lower it down to 2,500. It feels a little slow to me, but it's also kind of a slow day. So it's going to take some getting used to as I dial in like the speed that works for me, the flow that works for me. Yeah, so I have a different DOM that's off screen. We're working really hard with the NinjaTrader folks to make our DOM exist for everybody, and hopefully that's something we can give back to you guys too. Is that development, and honestly, it's been awesome to talk to the folks behind the scenes at NT, and they all want to create that stuff for you guys too. So we're going to develop that. The things that I look at specifically, I look at bid and at ask, which is also sometimes referred to as recent bid and recent ask. The best way to explain that is it's just like a microcosm of the footprint for that price within whatever time frame I want to see it at. It just helps me gauge. It helps me gauge aggression on NQ. Like if I'm seeing price sweep up on that, and it's filling offers and not filling bids with those market orders, that gives me a clue that that's aggression. If I see those order quantity sizes stay large, like 9, 10 on each tick at the top of those sweeps, that is telling me that that buyer is still willing to buy prices higher. Whereas if I see that number dwindle down, it gets down to like a 2, 1, 1, then that to me is more of like an exhaustive sweep than an aggressive sweep. So just little tiny minutia things like that is what I'm really looking at. Yeah. Yeah. Turns out they might. I've met some of them in real life, Double D. I promise. It's good, Joshua Doom. The ICT learning is going well. I've figured out how to count candles inside of TT Trade's fractal setup. So that's good. I'm working on understanding the higher time frame bias and how to translate that into lower time frame execution based on those candle shapes. So that's still, work in progress, but I mean, how many times is this buyer just going to stand here like this? Or making me feel goofy not buying it every time. I mean, they just reloaded the crap out of it. It's just like a bit. I mean, that was the giant bid stack right there. What the hell's this thing doing over here? Eh. The thing I like about this is that ES is still like a thin enough book today that it's not. This isn't the worst volatility. Where I mean, sometimes that thing will stack up and it'll be like 100 orders in the queue at each tick, and you're just like, dude, this is gonna take a mountain to move this thing today. There's a buyer doing some work up here. I don't know if I'm going to be on the right side of this or not, but I have to try. Like every sell attempt down in this 520 is like gobbled. And maybe I'll just go down to 1. Maybe that makes a little more sense. Oof, now I got the pressure on. Yep, see, that was a big sweep there. Trying to watch this. And we got the London close here in a second. Testing this LVN. 30 seconds till the close. Maybe stay low on ES. Maybe that's what we needed. I'd like to see it leave quickly here. And it's not really doing that. I would like to see this selling that's got us down here pull quickly, but it doesn't seem to be doing that either. A little bit. So I got two things going on right now. First thing, got to get past these lows at 515. If a seller continues to step in there, that's going to be a problem. I'm going to put this here. Go down to 1. I'll scale out if I want to. I think we might be getting our balance day. Let's see what ES is doing. Yeah. You still here, Mr. Bid? Do we need to go lower? There's definitely some buying. Offer so heavy. Let's see if they can get them to pull. ES continues to bounce off this previous day low. That reminds me, I got to write that down. I need to chasing it up a little bit now. I need to make a OCO for ES. I went to take a trade in it earlier and it had my NQ bracket in there, and that ain't gonna cut it. 15-point stop loss in ES is like a monthly swing trade, probably. Yeah, now we're stuck. Now we're stuck on the other side of this thing. So not great. Not loving it. ES is in a balanced day for sure. XS up and down. Overnight high and low has not run. get out of that. We might get back in it though, or mid. We'll see. Now that we're coming down here, we're looking at these stops. Still kind of just floating there. Yeah. Anyways, oh, good. Over leveraged trader. You were short. You were crazy short, right? Good for you, brother. That's good. Hey, good morning, DZ. Good morning. Good morning. Why am I insisting on buys? Well, we're above the opening range. We are above the previous day close. We are above the monthly VWAP. We are above the 24-hour VWAP. We are above the RTH open. We are above all these things. So I'm not so much insisting on it as, you know, these are the setups that I know. And this is what my playbook looks like. So that's why. If we were below all of those things, I would be less willing to do all of that. Sure, no problem. Yeah, I just basically have a bunch of rules that I use. This is a lot of sell that got rewarded. Yeah, so I have a bunch of rules like that that I use to keep, you know, certain plays in play, certain plays not in play. Look at the day type itself. We have excess at the low, ton of volume at the high. This, I mean, that's not the, this is annoying. That high is annoying for sure. ES is also just in the middle of its range though, so it's not doing anything super fun. You know, the hardest part, just going to do one. The hardest part of streaming for 2 hours is that my coffee ratio is not adapted to this trading environment at all. Yeah, no major news today. Good job, Crypto John. Enjoy your short. I hope it pays you lots of money. I would be long a Prius oil change too tomorrow. We'll see. I need that. Yeah, Willie C. I need that. That recliner from Idiocracy that Dax sits in. That's what I really need. Be as lazy as humanly possible. So this is what we need to beat here. And we're getting our delta flip. We're getting all of our signs like exhaustion. This has been kind of a brutal day for my stop outs to the tick. But delta flip there. This is what we need to get above. We need to get above these lows back into this value. So we kind of have this like these two separate nodes. This is the main one. This is the point of control for the moment. And then this up here, all of this volume and this two-way trading here. So this is how I'm looking at this. This selling was rewarded for now. So now sellers need to defend that spot if they want to keep the stranglehold on. Send this further back down. Maybe explore lower. I love this. I wish Leo was in here. There's a hello, Leo's cap. Good morning. That's a great one. That's I'll put you up for Top 5 usernames. Top 5 chat usernames. Andrew, who was making fun of the 30-second opening range? Hopefully nobody. Yeah, because that freaking thing should be on everybody's chart. Or at least the open itself. Yeah, Pax will personally come to your house. Make sure that you have that on your chart. And then he'll also tell you a few really funny stories. And then he'll give you a big hug and then he'll leave. That's what Pax is up to. You think it's cool if I get up and make coffee? I don't know, dude. You think Jim's going to be cool with that, Dr. Steve? I freaking doubt it. I'm chained to this chair. He's got a stopwatch. Anytime I leave camera just for a quick second, he charges me. Dr. Steve, do I trade the 30-second OR break? No, not in the same way that that Pax does. I need more confluence to get into that. That's honestly, that trade is way too fast for me. Um, I don't trade that quick to catch that leaving the 30-second OR in the same way that Pax does. I'm just not that nimble for it. I need a little more information, but I do keep it around as a reference point for sure. There's lots of different ways that I use it. Number one, reference point, are we above or below it? Two, how big is it? Is it a 10-point 30-second opening range? Is it a 50-point 30-second opening range? And that helps me drill down into like, okay, if it's huge based on what it, normally is, then are we having some sort of, initial opening drive that's being rewarded? Like, is this so then that just sets up different plays. So if you get a big opening drive, then, you're going to want to follow that, see how that reacts on a pullback, stuff like that. So, but no, I use it all the time. But I'm not grabbing it as soon as price leaves because I'm just not fast enough for that. Yeah, I think Charlie Pax should be on Friday, I believe. Pax is going to trade on Friday, and then me and XY are going to pop in and out. I think Pax is going to do 9 to 10, and then XY and I are 10 to noon on Friday. Take that with a grain of salt, but I'm pretty sure. Oh, thanks. Thanks for the thumbnail compliment. Leo made that for me. Leo's a bit of an artiste himself. He won't tell you that, but he certainly is. Linda Boulevard, represent. Yeah, Dan, it's going to be fun. I'm excited. I like talking to Pax about anything. So I hope they let me come on with them and chill, because that's usually the highlight of my week when that gets to happen. Dude is so fun. Ooh, that's a really good question. How many qualifying accounts did I have to lose before my first PA account? If you go all the way back to a billion years ago when I first discovered, sim prop world and started to use that, I spent at least, I think it took me at least 6 months to pass my first eval. at least. But I mean, back then I didn't know. There's so much stuff you don't know until you're actually pressing the buttons. Like, what's it like to like? How does size affect the size of your account? Like, how much should you? What should your bet sizing be? What kind of win rate are you going to have? Like, I feel like the first couple years of trading are just spent answering those questions for me, and just figuring out myself and my own process. So yeah, 6 months, and then I probably blew. I probably toasted that thing immediately, and I know it was at least a year before I took a payout of any kind from anybody. But just like any other business, you got to keep track of your expenses with that stuff too, because you can get over your skis quickly. And the goal is to make more money than you spend. So got to try to get to the black, or at least have a plan to get to the back. I also found, yeah. So there's a lot of different psychological elements that only exist inside of sim prop trading that I wish I did not have to spend the time unlearning. And I'm happy to share that part of my journey with anybody who wants to ask. And that is certainly one of them, is the idea that copy trading across a billion accounts can create this like massive amount of money that you're technically really trading. I don't think that that is good. And I really only started to have success when I was doing it one account at a time. I don't copy trade. I know lots of people that do. This is just me. Just my journey. I don't copy trade because that it created an element. Number one, that thing usually breaks. I've never had a copy trader that worked 100% of the time. So you're introducing an execution element into your trading that otherwise would not exist. And then when that thing breaks, then that creates the potential for you to, are you going to tilt when that thing breaks? Does that affect your mentality? Does that affect your ability to take the next trade when that breaks? These are all things that don't exist if you're just trading. So my advice would be, if you're going to do sim prop trading, you should try and eliminate as many variables that wouldn't actually exist in trading your own money. So I don't use a copier. Serve you up. That's way too kind. Um, no, I've just seen some shit. Honestly, I've just done some stuff. I made a bunch of mistakes. And if I can share that with you guys or anybody that cares to ask, and that will help you in some way, I'm happy to do it. There were lots of people in my life then and now that, do the same thing for me. There are lessons that they learned from that they imparted to me. Reject that overnight high, huh? There are lessons that they impart to me from their own journeys, helped me along the way. So I've been doing this for almost 5 years. It's time to be able to open up and be able to give back and talk about the things that I went through. And if it helps somebody, then that's incredible. What could be better than that? I don't know. Reverse sale, I don't know who's going to win ever, but right now it appears that we can't get back above the overnight high. We're just building out this volume now. We got 10 minutes till noon. It's price is slowing down. What kind of range we got so far? 126 point range. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, ES is just making, smaller coils. No real initiation from anybody. the longer this takes to evolve, it's more obvious that like I'm long in the middle of nowhere at the moment. There is a bunch of really interesting things happening on the DOM though, like with orders and stacking and weird sweeps and all kinds of stuff. So I don't know what the hell that's about. I do know that ES keeps violently rejecting its previous day low. Yeah, it's a lot of selling down here for sure, but it's not going anywhere, and they're sweeping it up too. So I don't know. I don't have any blue team down here is my only complaint. Like there's no passive selling coming down to push this lower. Doesn't mean it can't go lower, but it's just nobody doing the work to get there at the moment. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm missing some questions. Let me go back. Actually, I'm going to get out of this trade. Where'd you go? Nice. Biggie in the mix. Nice. Go touch grass, Nick. Happy birthday, brother. Thomas Milla asks, how many trades do you take as an order flow trader? It seems like you guys take quite a lot of trades. Yes. Yeah. I would say we probably take more trades than normal. Our approach is less mechanical and more discretionary or intuitive, however you want to phrase that. It's like, so the thing about being an order flow trader for me is I'm willing to take several chances at a trade setup opportunity. And so right now, while it might look like I've taken a lot of trades, I've only really been operating on 2 setups here, and they are hold this overnight high, continue to push higher. This is back here. You know, I'm looking for continuation into this band. That gave up. And now I'm down here. I'm still seeing this buyer come in. So I'm trying to stay long off of this VWAP. And as ES is also holding its previous day low. So this is all just a continuation trade that I'm trying to get in. And when I'm trying to take these shots here that kind of were in the middle of nowhere, it also makes sense that I would cover this real fast because I realized I was at the point of control and then now we're going to lift. But I'm still just looking for this. I'm just following this buyer. This buyer that was in this consolidation here, that pushed this higher. This buyer that is absorbing all of this selling here. This buyer. And I'm just trying to take, so like, get long, take one off. Get long, take one off. Get long, take one off. Take little chunks like that. And, you know, you build a bunch of base hits in a row. And then you can grab like a 100-point runner sometimes. And if you have a higher time frame trade that you're also working on that is in congruence with following this buyer, which is what I'm trying to do. Ultimately, I'm trying to get this thing back to 600, 620 today, test that high again, but it doesn't feel like it's going to have the momentum to do so. So for that reason, I just gave up on it here at the point of control. Now I'm going to look to initiate down here, 480s, RTH open, 450 again, somewhere down here, and then treat this more as a balanced day unless we can break out higher above the IB high. That's the plan. We'll see. I'll be back, so we'll find out. We'll find out later how it goes. Gotta work hard for it. That's a nice birthday, Tracy. There you go. Andy asks, can I trade without Delta? I'd really rather not. I don't know. Is this like a torture chamber? If not, can I explain Delta briefly? No, it's not a repeat, bud. Please, you can always ask any question. It's literally why I'm standing here. Delta is the sum of the ask minus the bid, right? So what that means is up here, if you take, now this is a Delta volume profile. This guy, Jim's coming in while I teach this lesson.
Keep going, brother. Keep going, brother.
So up here, and this is compressed to 9 ticks, right? So what that means is every one of these numbers is 9 ticks worth of data. So it's like just a little block of ticks. I like 9. I don't know. I think Leo's got 12. It's all just discretionary. I like 9. So in this 9 tick range up here at 550, with this little time here, these 9 ticks, the total sum of the delta is 148. That means that there are more ask filled than bid. So there's more passive selling up here than there was active buying, if that makes any sense. So the way that I use this to trade is if you get up to these spots and you see buying that's going into the ask and creating this number, and it's not moving right here, like on these highs, it's not moving through this. That means this buying is not being rewarded with higher prices, because that's how I look at the market. The market is buyers and sellers, and they're arguing about what price should be. So these buyers here, 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 and here are all telling us, a passive seller, hey, price should be higher. And the passive seller is saying, no, it's not. It should be lower. It's a passive seller sitting here. And when price goes away from that passive seller, that means that these buyers were incorrect. Price should not be higher, at least not at the moment. And this passive seller is winning. So that means the price is going to fade away from that. Now, the opposite happens in the other way. So price, so they argue.
Let me just interrupt for
Sure,
a second before you do the other side of it. No, I just wanted to say that's when you guys use the word absorption, right?
Yes, this is absorption. Yeah. I try not to use the word absorption because people get extremely confused, but yeah, this is absorption. Absorption is even nicer when you have a quick pop above that, like we had here, and then it fades back down. Mm-hmm. That's exhaustion. And when absorption is met with exhaustion, it's even a cleaner setup there.
Okay.
But yeah. So this passive selling is absorbing market bids, market buying, right? So then price, fades away from that. These buyers are wrong. So they think, all right, fine. Sellers step on a little bit, and we get down here. Now, all of this negative delta, this is passive buying. So the same thing is happening in the opposite direction. Sellers are market selling into a passive bid, and price is not going lower. So now these sellers are not being rewarded with lower prices. So this passive buyer, for the moment, is winning. So I use this in, it's just a way to find spots to execute based on what the day is looking like. It started off looking like we were going to get a trend, and now we've reverted back into value. The VWAP slopes are slanting down and like bracketing now. So now I'm just looking for the other side of value to hit, and I'm going to be setting up for more of a balanced day playbook than I would be a trend day up playbook.
You have explained that better than anybody I have ever heard explain that.
No way.
I'm serious.
Thanks, Jim. That means a lot. I appreciate that.
Oh, you got a masterclass from Stowe right there for free. Everybody hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, and tell your friends on social media.
All it costs you is one thumb. One thumb. That's all it costs.
Right. I mean, that's a course, man. I mean, that is a real course, and you have a real-time chart to kind of talk us through it, which is awesome, man. I really appreciate that. My bigger problem is how young are you guys? I mean, Merritt's first concert was Coldplay.
No, he did say his first concert at as a grown-up when he could buy his own ticket was Coldplay. So he did, but he did say he saw BB King when he was a kid, which is insane. That's insane.
Yeah.
Oh, what a bucket list item that would be. Yeah.
I feel better then.
I think Dad took me to Kansas and ELO when I was like 6. So
Yeah.
that was cool. I remember the dude did a headstand on his keyboard and played the keyboard solo. I was like, this rules.
Oh, wow. I snuck out for 13, went to the Aragon Ballroom in Chicago, which was called the Aragon Brawl Room at the time.
Cool.
And 1978, Aerosmith.
Whoa, that's sick. Oh,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
Yes, 13.
Oh, that's so sick.
Yeah. Yeah, Mom and Dad Kegs never really knew where we were most of the time.
Better time, Jim. There was a better time.
Yeah.
I feel bad for my kid. She's completely trackable at all times. Didn't used to have a cell phone. You used to have I mean, yeah, back in the day, you had like a calling card if you were lucky. Your parents sent you and you're like, all right, hit the payphone when he needs to come pick you up.
Yeah. Jeff's with Styx, REO, and Nugent. I've seen Styx and REO. And Styx was actually by our high school once. It was weird. But anyway, whole other story. Anyway, we're off on a tangent. Stowe, thank you so much. I appreciate you as usual. You're going to be back with XYZ this afternoon to trade the close. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Very, very awesome, man. I am looking forward to that. Again, everybody, thumbs up for Stowe. He's the man. Great explanation. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to do a 30-second edge report. I just want to show you guys something about the even the S&P, and then we're going to go to lunch. So I will talk to you soon, Stowe.
Sounds good, brother. I'll see you in a bit. Thank you, chat. Come back this afternoon.
All right, all right. Real quickly here. We've been kind of sideways. We've been kind of slow. We hadn't had any breakouts yet on the initial balance. So I thought, okay, I'm going to go to my edgefull.com website and figure out what the stats are. Initial balance breakout. Remember, I'm measuring the initial balance by the first 60 minutes after the bell rings in New York City. And then I want to see, hey, what are the odds of a breakout, a single break, a double break, or no break whatsoever? And I'm measuring that break by the wick, not by a candle body close. And here are the stats. And this is a year-to-date look back. 71.69% of the time, going all the way back to the start of the year, we had a single break. In other words, the wick at least penetrated the top of that IB balance or the bottom of that IB balance at least once. 25.9% chance of a double break. So it's a lot less of the time, only a quarter of the time, we had a double break where the wick would just wick up or a candle even closed above. And then we had the same behavior below the initial balance. And then 2.41% of the time, there was no break. We never broke it. We stayed in the middle there, and it was quite a boring day. So in any event, right now, we still have quite a boring day. We're trying to inch up to get there as well. So my thinking cap later on, as the day wears on, I'm looking for this single break, and where it's going to be on the top or the bottom, nobody knows. But it's looking like we're driving toward a single break to the top right now. We might not get there, but that's what it's kind of looking like to me. In any event, that is it. That is your brief edge report. End of the session. Great session today with all of our fantastic contributors. How about Scott Willis? He was awesome this morning, guys. If you don't know him, follow him on X. I can't wait to talk to him again. And Shai was awesome as well. And then I appreciate the fellas trading live, along with Pharm, who is also equally cool. So having said all that, everybody relax, have some lunch. Thank you for coming, and we look forward to seeing you at 2:30 for hot commodities, me and Shai, and then trade the close, Stowe and XYZ. See you then.